Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me this Sunday. It's great to be here with you. And today we are going to be talking about angels and aliens, or really how the teaching of the angelic hierarchies or the spiritual hierarchies has really become profaned and distorted over the last 100 years. And so in this lecture, we're going to dive very deeply into exactly how that happened and why that happened. And that's going to really arm us with good information and perspective to address a lot of the really, I think, bizarre and strange trends in the news that talk about these aliens that are walking around Las Vegas and UFOs, and there's all this information that we're constantly being bombarded with, like a spy balloon is a UFO, and there's all these different, government organizations that want funding for these different technologies. And we're really coming into a time where we're at this risk of having this technological revolution that's tied and anchored to essentially this idea that there's these aliens out there giving this technology or crashing here, whatever have you. I mean, choose the story. There's many of them. And so we have to be we have to be aware of the esoteric teachings behind beings from other worlds, beings from other spheres. Okay, and so that's what we're going to get into today very deeply. And I will be taking your questions after this lecture. And how you're going to do that actually is by going to my website and using the question form there. And that just allows Wolf to organize the questions properly instead of having to kind of grab them from the chat. It's a lot easier for us. So thank you for doing that. And this lecture is really a continuation of some of the lectures I've already done, especially the series that I've labeled End Times, which has the War of All Against All and Electric Apocalypse. And also really, you'll find this lecture to be a continuation of my Mars Mysteries series. So if you by chance are catching this lecture, you've never seen me before, you do want to check out probably Electric Apocalypse, War of All Against All, which are the two prior lectures in this series, and also Mars Mysteries, because we'll be going very deeply into that sort of Nazi esoterica Martian ideology today. So in Electric Apocalypse, we talked about how humanity is in this phase of our development where we're creating all of these super technologies that really haven't existed since the time of Atlantis. And these super technologies use electricity, magnetism, radiation, and they have the power to basically do what magicians couldn't even do when trying to summon an entity or break through the veil. And so we live in this world where we think that like technology is neutral and that technology is convenient, but we're not really understanding that technology is actually part of certain secret societies' religion. It's part of the externalist, materialist religion. Because in an externalist, materialist religion, all spiritual activity doesn't happen inside the human being through transubstantiation or through spiritual feats, but externally in technology or externally in the world. Okay, so we have to understand that for externalists, for scientific materialists that have a religion around this, technology is a religious item. It is part of their religion, and we have to come into this era squarely knowing that. So in our last lecture, Electric Apocalypse, we talked about how there are efforts from, you could say, the dark side or from dark groups that want to basically electrify the earth. And it's through the electrification of the earth and also bathe it in a bunch of discordant radiation, way too much electricity and radiation and kind of discordant energies that are natural, and to overwhelm the earth with these energies. And that actually summons up beings that are actually trapped within the inner earth. and not the inner earth as in like the shallow cavern system of the surface, but the actual spiritual inner earth, which is basically like hell, or the Naraka realms. Like these are the hell realms. And so that was Electric Apocalypse. And I think it leads us into this lecture to say, well, okay, so there's all of these super technologies that are really ultimately so powerful that they tear at the veil of our very existence, that they're, these are occult technologies. Where do they come from? Where do we get these technologies? Did we just imagine them by ourselves? Or is there some process, some chain of command, some process in which human beings have been in communication with certain beings or, entities that have been giving them this technology? And that has caused humanity to develop technologically too quickly out of greed and out of the desire for power and control. And so this, technological arms race is really about greed and control, but is there an element of it that is also involving some kind of contact with beings from allegedly other worlds, but maybe they're Atlanteans, maybe they're in the earth? Okay, so that's what we're going to get into today. So to really understand where does this technology come from, we have to understand three things. We have to understand what fallen angels are, what that means for humanity, what they are. We also have to understand the reality of Atlantis and how advanced humanity was in Atlantis, okay? We also have to understand the inner earth and the role of the cavern systems in the inner earth as a kind of preserving space. Not the spiritual inner earth, but the physical inner earth. So those are three things we need to understand: fallen angels, Atlantis, and the inner earth. And so that will occupy several lectures, but today we're really going to start with angels and understanding essentially how angels have become aliens over the last, say, 100 years, and what that means for our consciousness. Okay. So the first thing that's happened really since around the mid-1800s, but really amping up so that we can tell in around the 1950s or so, there's been a major redefinition of basically classical esoteric terms and classical esoteric language. And this is normal. Every era, every civilization, every epoch will go through a period where they re-examine occult phenomenon or esoteric phenomenon. And that is really just to purify our understanding from any superstition. So we don't want to be bogged down in dogmatism and in superstition. We want to be able to have an objective understanding of the spiritual world around us. And so it's natural that we would, want to look at spiritual teachings and say, if this is superstitious, let's let this go, let's redefine this. And this happens usually in every civilization in every age, and that's normal. But there's also a danger in that when we're reevaluating our world, the spiritual world, there's a danger in doing it too much. There's a danger in essentially what's called profaning spiritual knowledge and esoteric knowledge to the point where it no longer recognizes the original teaching. And when that happens, you can have this profaned information that actually can compete with the real story, with the real truth behind things. And that's how you get these two competing streams in society that are light and dark, is essentially the light information, the true evolutionary information that you would call part of the Christ impulse. That is the information that is not profaned and the stream that is pure. And that it is the profaned stream in society that's darkened and inverted, and that competes with the real truth. And people find themselves, in both sometimes. But we have to understand that there is a real esoteric objective truth to our past, to how humans evolve, how we reach higher levels of initiation. This is an objective truth. It's objective fact. There are objective truths and fact about Lemuria and Atlantis and how human beings evolve, right? And then those can obviously become inverted. But the objective facts is also generally reached through initiation. So usually to really understand higher spiritual knowledge, you have to basically be at a certain level of personal development. And this is actually really tough because it's really frustrating for people to think that in order to grasp something, you actually have to have a certain spiritual level of enlightenment. But that's actually how understanding prior epochs works and spiritual knowledge works, is usually you have to essentially have attained a certain level of consciousness. So, an example of this is like in early mystery schools, how real spiritual knowledge was actually obtained wasn't through like teaching like this. You would have a high priest that would essentially show an image of a symbol or a sound, or they'd have the student go into a certain position, and that student would potentially remember these teachings from other lives, or they would essentially be saturated with them from basically the Akasha. And so how we actually obtain spiritual knowledge and spiritual memory isn't through the intellect. It's actually more of a remembrance, and it comes through spiritual evolution, spiritual enlightenment, actually. So knowledge and spiritual enlightenment technically go hand in hand. And it's only in our sort of materialist society that we think we like have to cognitively learn spiritual truth. It doesn't work that way. It's really never worked that way. Now we can bring spiritual knowledge into our mind and make it practical and see it around us, but that's not actually how we understand our past or our spirituality. Okay, does that make sense? And so you sort of have this esoteric truth, which is the objective truth. And then there is an advancement of that in humanity that can be sort of considered the exoteric truth, which is our sort of mental understanding of it. And usually it's in metaphors or similes, and that's like the exoteric truth. And then it can go even one step further, and that is that profaned inversion. That is that profaned inversion of the esoteric truth. And so in the dark age, especially in the Kali Yuga, what you'll have is you can have an entire society, a whole civilization that's actually run on profaned truths. And it's very difficult, within public conversation to actually get a hold of sort of real spiritual information. And that is actually what we're seeing today. So today we live in a world of spirituality that has been profaned by both dogmatic religion and dogmatic science, but also through Luciferian forms of spirituality prominent in the New Age. This is not necessarily on purpose, but due to lack of spiritual development and overdevelopment of the mind. Proper spiritual teachings will include the entire trajectory of the spiritual stream from earlier periods to modern times to ensure that information does not become fragmented and profaned. So there's a lot here. So generally, streams of wisdom become profaned due to dogmatism, dogmatic religion that forces humanity to have the same consciousness in which that religion was created, right? That can profane information. And dogmatic science, which causes a materialistic worldview that doesn't even acknowledge the realm that spirit exists in. Yet every human being craves to connect with a spirit within themselves and in the world, so they create weird and bizarre ideologies that place the government as God, or weird spiritualities that worship technology. That's what scientific materialism does. Okay. But also the Luciferian edge of the New Age can cause profaned streams as well, because oftentimes the New Age is very fragmented and it doesn't teach things in its entirety, right? And so the best way to come into knowledge about angels, and that includes aliens and spiritual phenomenon, is to look at the whole trajectory of the thing, how it was taught over the thousands of years that we have access to. And then we can add in our more neutralized, perhaps more scientific, objective understanding of things, but we have to have the whole arc. And that protects the wisdom from being profaned, right? Because you can kind of look at the same topic, whether it be angels or human initiation, spiritual initiation, you can look at these things through the eyes of the Eastern mysteries, the Western mysteries, and then we can ascertain a more objective view, as we are to do in our period. So we have to have all of these things together to form a proper esoteric worldview, right? Okay. So something that I find really fascinating in our society that kind of adds into this kind of profaning of wisdom is that there is this incredible drive for novelty. And so if you take any aspect of New Age or ufology today, like NHI or aliens, other dimensions, abductees, advanced technology, space travel, time travel, all these healing devices that are now being talked about, I bet you if you look into traditional esoterica from the 1800s and even going way before, you will find the exact same topics talked about. But in our society today, which is a social media society, we're always craving status and we're always craving novelty, right? And so what's happening is that we're looking at essentially angels and spiritual beings, right? And calling them aliens, but we're not realizing that the teaching is actually thousands of years old and therefore creating a fragment. So let's go back and look at how some of the main topics that are talked about today actually have existed long before they started making their way into conspiracy theory, into ufology, into the New Age, all of that. So many topics already exist, but they don't get revealed properly. They don't get talked about as they did in the 1800s or even earlier. So when we hear all the time about NHI, so non-human intelligence, okay, that's also aliens. It's kind of like we started with aliens and we were calling them aliens, and then that language wasn't appropriate. And so now we have the term basically non-human intelligence, or NHI. Well, non-human intelligence is basically can be understood on the classical esoteric side as basically being a supernatural being. So a being that lives in either the supernatural world or the subnatural world. And this would be angels, so any kind of angelic being in the spiritual hierarchy, including demonic entities in the fallen realms, the subnatural realms, or it includes elementals, which we know as nature spirits and stuff, but would be part of the overall spiritual hierarchies as well. These are beings that are technically not in the natural human world. So these are the beings that are technically not human intelligence. They're outside of the natural human world or of the earth world. That's the category that they are technically in. So we already have a category for that. And when we see these things being renamed, like let's rename classical terms, we also have to be aware of the fact that we could be being manipulated, because the first thing a cult will do, or someone who's trying to create a psyop or mind control, is that they'll start changing the language. Have you noticed that? They'll start to give a new word for something, because that's kind of creating this fragment in which the narrative can be controlled. And anyone new that comes into the information won't know that what they're really talking about is an ancient phenomenon that's been here for thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. They won't know that because the language does not lead them there and does not suggest that, right? So there's actually something immoral about this, right? There's actually an immorality to talking about these things and not including the right language, because your students and the public can't go and research this themselves. They're stuck using the term, NHI or alien, right? But this is part of the overall redefining, again, of an already existing phenomenon, as we're going to see as I continue also to lecture on this topic. Okay, another good one is the word dimensions. So we have interdimensionals. Okay, that's another word that could be NHI or alien. Again, it applies to the spiritual hierarchies, the sub-realms that are full of lower entities, and then elementals, right? And then, so dimensions are another word that has become modernized to describe the spiritual planes. So when somebody is talking about another dimension or being interdimensional, they're just talking about a spiritual being and the spiritual planes, right? They're also called realms, and they're also called planetary spheres. So every realm, every spiritual realm is associated with a planetary sphere and its orbit. That is how it's viewed in classical esoterica. Not only that, there is a specific hierarchy of angelic life that exists within that realm that is meaningful and has a direct relationship to humanity, right? So these are the different realms of the spiritual hierarchies. All right, these are cosmic beings. This is what we would understand as cosmic beings. And you can imagine that because the angels are associated with certain planetary spheres, you can imagine exactly how over time, with a literalist mindset, you could think, oh, these are aliens, right? So the other dimensions, even more simplified, are just called hell, heaven, purgatory, the eighth sphere, higher spheres. That's what the dimensions are. The dimensions are literally the spiritual planes. And the reason why it's important to understand that is because we have to talk about the topic relative to what's possible as a human being. So it's not possible to objectively see the universe. Only God can do that, right? So we have to talk about these things as though we are human beings or the central figure, because that's the only way we can perceive. We only perceive higher planes, the astral plane, lower astral plane, Devacon plane, higher astral. We can't see these planes objectively. We will always experience these planes as we are, right? So we can't interact with them as though we're God and can just go anywhere at any time. That's not how the cosmos works. But that's also something that you'll see in spiritual materialism, is the delusion that you can just step into some kind of technology and go into another dimension. Any dimension that you want. This is the weird God complex that spiritual materialists have, that everything can be achieved through technology. It's not possible. We are the technology, right? So dimensions is just another more modern word for spiritual planes. And you can see how with the introduction of a new word, you could basically never study the spiritual planes classically, because you think that this is like a new discovery, a new scientific discovery, right? So it's that sense of novelty again that I think as human beings we really like, because when something's new, there's an excitement to it, and there's a potential that we can be in this stage of learning and almost distraction, rather than maybe have to dive into teachings that already exist and may have challenging aspects to them. Okay, Another thing that we hear about so much is abductions. So, you're minding your own business, you're in your bed at night, or you're driving in your car, and suddenly you are out of your body and you're floating up to this craft in the sky, and various different things happen in our modern times. A lot of scientific things like hybridization or probing, very disturbing things happen. Well, as Jacques Vallée and John Keel pointed out in their material, abductions have been going on for a long time. And in earlier cultures, especially coming to mind the Celtic culture, there was a whole phenomenon of these weird looking beings that would essentially come into your room, steal your baby, and then replace your baby with something else. And this was called a changeling. And people were frightened that essentially what they thought were these evil, dark fairies, often that came from the inner earth, were stealing their babies. And then sometimes returning them in a different way. They were looking strange, or they had a different quality to them when the baby returned. And so obviously back then we didn't have the scientific knowledge we have now, but that sounds exactly like the abduction phenomenon today. So that has been going on a very long time, and it's not really new. And if you follow my work, this actually goes into the phenomenon of the fallen angels in the inner earth, and this obsession that they have with trying to get back into the life wave and interbreeding with humanity. The fallen angels, their whole thing is about taking human wives. It's about trying to breed themselves back into the life wave. Okay. So this is a phenomenon that is becoming trendy. It's becoming popular to talk about Nephilim. It's becoming popular to talk about these fallen angels. But we have to understand that it goes so much deeper than someone like Zachariah Sitchen or these other more modern people who have come onto the scene. And when we can see it that way, it really does help with our understanding to know that there's really a kind of battle that has been going on with humanity for thousands of years. And that actually sharing this information incorrectly or in a certain way is part of the dark aspect of that battle. All right. So another thing that I find fascinating, actually, that's always being talked about now, which is really good, is the transhumanism aspect, or this creation of basically these robots and making people robots, making people cyborgs. And this actually has also been around for many thousands of years. It goes back to Atlantis as a quite literal shadow of our time. You just have to go to the Edgar Cayce work, and actually a lot of different psychics have talked about it since then. But really, the classical piece that we're really looking at with the robot stuff, with transhumanism and building these beings and AI, what we're really looking at with that is the teaching of the golem. So all robots are, all the whole practice and obsession with AI and computers is a sophisticated teaching of the golem. It's a sophisticated technology-based practice of the golem. Robots are golems. And this is a part of Jewish mysticism. So we look at it and we think, well, a robot isn't technically like made of clay, and it's not technically the exact same thing, but underneath the principle is the same. Certain groups have just found ways of modernizing very ancient magical techniques using technology. It's the same thing. A golem is a robot. The AI stuff is about the creation of a collective golem, right? What is Grok? What is ChatGPT? This is a collective golem, eventually. right? It's an empty consciousness that something's going to come into. That's Babylonian magic, right? But because we don't really necessarily grasp that, we just think it's neutral. It's not. So we need to see how, esoterica has also evolved over, hundreds of years, right? So another example of how a lot of concepts are really just recycled from much earlier teachers is actually reptilians. And now reptilian beings are talked about all the time now. They were popularized through David Icke in about the 90s, but actually the talking about reptilian entities goes back all the way to Theosophy and Madame Blavatsky in The Secret Doctrine, where she talks about how there was a point in the Lemurian development where the human essence was beginning to take form, but there were some animal forms that were beginning to sort of take shape and become briefly animated. And the main one was what she called dragon beings, or these sort of serpentine etheric beings that took place, and they took form in Lemuria. And so that goes right in line actually with the teaching of Lucifer in the Garden of Eden. And Lucifer is also portrayed as a serpentine or reptilian being. And this is because the shadow aspect of humanity during the Lemurian epoch was a reptile. It was a sort of fallen serpent form. So today our etheric double tends to be seen as like a cloaked dark figure taking an harmonic form in our epoch. But the etheric double hasn't always looked that way. The human etheric double looked different ways under different conditions of consciousness. And so the human etheric double in Lemuria looked like a lizard being, and that is still connected to us. So there's actually a very technical, esoterically technical reason why you would see the overlay of a serpent over someone who has very strong Luciferian tendencies or is worshiping Lucifer and is in that whole scene, is because that's what that etheric body is about. That's where it manifested. And this is even talked about with Rudolf Steiner. In Anthroposophy, he talks about the Lemurian epoch and certain forms shedding off from the human form, and that the human etheric double of that period is a Luciferian aspect that looked serpentine. That's why when you look at the images of the Garden of Eden, you see a reptilian figure. So there's actual reasons why, there's actually laws and reasons why certain things appear, why things will disappear, why people will have certain experiences. There's a whole spiritual science and occult science behind the physical world that we really have to understand, because what we see is a whole lot of conspiracy theories and fragments, and sometimes the larger picture isn't really understood. And when it's not understood, we just get thrown into all these superstitions and we operate kind of from fear, or we're constantly looking for someone else to tell us what to think or what something is. When if we just learn occult science ourselves, we can do these equations from our own being, from our own mind. And on the topic of Rudolf Steiner, he also made the comments about these things and their effect on the human body, the electrification of the earth, mass censorship. He was talking about that coming to pass now in the 1900s. Materialism as the destroyer of spirit. Talked about the battle in heaven, the fall of the angels. So we have a wealth of esoteric knowledge at our fingertips today that can help us understand these topics like aliens and advanced technology and all this weird stuff that's going on that seems like it's totally out of the blue, that seems like it's totally new, you know, it's not. And not only is it not new, we've had phenomenal teachers that have carried the weight of warning us and of teaching this already. And we shouldn't leave that behind. We shouldn't ignore that, right? So our culture of social media creates the constant drive for novelty, likes, and popularity, causing influxes of poorly curated lessons and lack of stewardship, and that ultimately leads to more confusion for the student. People argue over who was the first to share certain perspectives, when in reality the teachings are thousands of years old. Take any phenomenon from the New Age, ufology, or the spiritual aspect of the truth community, and you can find an older and deeper and probably less profaned spiritual teaching. Okay? So that's how ideas can be profaned. That's how truths can be lost, can be fragmented until they're unrecognizable. And then when we go to use these ideas, they don't work because the teaching isn't whole enough, right? And we all do this. This isn't about pointing any fingers at anybody or anything. It's just something that we have to be aware of in our materialist age, that things can become too fragmented, and that can cause weird cults and ideologies that ultimately don't serve you, that aren't going to lead to your spiritual evolution. Okay, so on this topic of the spiritual hierarchies becoming profaned in this exact way, let's dive into exactly what the spiritual hierarchies are. Now, I've spoken about this before, but we're going to just breeze through it kind of quickly for those who may not have heard me talk about this. So the spiritual hierarchies essentially make up the entire structure of the cosmos. Really, every dimension or every realm is governed by a spiritual being and a planet or a star, right? So that's sort of how we view the spiritual hierarchies. So a very simple way to view it is that there's sort of, for the human being, there's three basic levels of existence. There is our natural world, and the natural world is the earth. It's 3D. It's the third dimension. That's the natural world, and that's the human world, the human kingdom. And we call it natural because it's natural to us, right? Now, above us is what is called the supernatural world. And the supernatural world is not physical. So above us means that this is basically spiritual planes, right? It's non-physical and it's full of life. So when people say that the cosmos doesn't have any life in it, it absolutely does. It's just that the life is in different realms or different planes, because every single plane represents actually a different level of human initiation as well. Because human beings in the natural realm, what we call the natural realm, are actually the 10th hierarchy of angels. So we are actually technically an angel ourselves in the making. We're part of the spiritual hierarchies. We're part of the angelic hierarchies. In a sense, all life is. And that's why these teachings are so dangerous when they're profaned, is because the risk is that you lose your own teaching of your evolution. If you think that an alien is an angel, you have lost the entire the entire teaching of cosmic initiation, of how you actually become an angel, of how you actually become an advanced master. You can't have the teaching of becoming an advanced master and the teaching of aliens. Because aliens is an externalist ideology, whereas real human evolution is an internalist ideology based on transubstantiation of the form and internalness. Does that make sense? So the supernatural world is also called the heavens. It's called, the upper astral plane, the Devachan, and it is full of angelic beings, okay? And of course, there's different hierarchies of angels as well. Now, beneath the natural world, beneath us, metaphorically, and really as being pictured as being in the earth, as part of the inner earth, which is the world of death, there is what's called the subnatural realm. Okay, this is called Hades. This is called hell. And it is basically a world of death. And it's the world where you kind of become usually unzipped. It's where the inversions happen. It's very mechanical. I go into this very deeply in Electric Apocalypse. And in that subnatural realm, you have essentially fallen angels. And you have what would be called demonic entities. And even sometimes you can have human essences that become trapped there due to being lost. So those are the three worlds. That is how it has always classically been taught. And if you can remember that, it's a very easy way to classify phenomenon that you see. So if something's physical and in front of you, that's part of the natural world. Now, things can manifest from the subnatural world or the spiritual world in front of you, but they won't technically be usually fully physical. It's very rare that that happens. The majority of the time, angels and dark entities will have to try to work through humanity. So if it was just really easy for entities to manifest physically, they wouldn't have to occupy human forms, which is in fact what they have to do. So the human being is the form of the natural world, which is why you have essentially dark entities that always seek to possess it, right? Because the human being is the form of the natural world, which they seek to control, right? Same thing with angelic beings, though they can probably manifest a lot easier. That's not something that they really do. It's always through humanity, which are the guardians and keepers of the natural world, right? And I know this goes against a lot of very common ideologies that the 3D world sort of goes on forever and, kind of different ideologies there. But we have to understand that the subnatural world is like a negative, and the spiritual world is also like a negative, and we're kind of like a positive. So anything that's appearing here is coming from either the supernatural world, like an angel, or the subnatural world, like a dark entity. Okay, so I'm making this distinction because typically in modern times, what it seems like is that there's basically a bunch of people from the natural world, human beings, or chimeras, or robots, or something. And they're posing as supernatural beings. They're posing as subnatural beings, as demonic entities. They're posing as angels. So it's important to know the difference here, okay? So conflation of worlds, spiritual beings. So there's a conflation of the three worlds, and spiritual beings classified as material, physical human beings are said to be spiritual. And so usually you'll get these stories of these, aliens appearing with all this technology, and they're like, I'm a spiritual being, but yet they're using technology and it's literally a physical being. So there's sort of this weird conflation of worlds going on that's really that if you start going into it, it sort of changes your entire cosmology. Okay, so what exactly are angels? You've probably heard them talked about a lot. You probably heard about your guardian angel, people being saved by angels, or, you know, just the different stories that we hear. Angel typically means messenger, and angel is the term that we hear in the Western mysteries. There are other terms that exist for the same thing in the Eastern mysteries. And angels appear basically in every single holy book. So it doesn't matter where you go in the world, there is some mention of angels, right? And when the Bible speaks about angels, it speaks about them in a really interesting way. The Bible talks about angels as though the people reading it already know and already understand what angels are, as though there's already kind of this relationship with them, this understanding of them. And I find that really interesting because obviously when the Bible was written during the Greco-Roman epoch, you know, people still very much had in their mind the idea of the Olympians and these gods, right? The gods of the Greek and Roman pantheon. Well, those are archangels, those are angels, right? And so when the Bible was written, there was still an active understanding of what angels were and are in humanity. We had not yet lost that kind of clairvoyant consciousness. And so when you read the Bible and they're talking about, you know, Gabriel at Mary's Annunciation, or Samael in the Garden of Eden, or Michael and his warrior presence, I mean, they're talking to you as though you already know who these beings are. And that's because in earlier periods, we understood that angels were spiritual beings and that they were all around us. And we saw them as the gods, essentially. That's what the different hierarchies of angels were. And we could see their activities in heaven, and we could see their activities within ourselves, and it was something that we understood. Only when that deep and intense material impulse began bearing down on us, which really peaked in around, you know, the 1500s, did we start to sort of look at our holy books and look at this phenomenon differently, right? So the most referenced work on angels is by Dionysius Areopagite, or I think it's Areopagite. And he is famous for being one of Paul's apostles. And he writes basically the celestial hierarchies. And he is really the first person to talk about the cosmos and the cosmic beings, angels, in an organized way. Now, there is the idea that these teachings were in the Library of Alexandria. And when Alexandria burned, a lot of, you know, teachings that probably would be in the Christian mysteries didn't survive. And I think part of that was almost a higher event in order for us to not depend so much on external knowledge and go inward. But, you know, we used to understand very clearly the spiritual world and angels. And so ultimately, Dionysius introduces the 9 hierarchies of angels. And that becomes a staple in angelology and in basically Christian mysticism. And it becomes the structure of the cosmos at large as well. And it becomes the structure of human initiation because, again, human beings are the 10th angel in the hierarchy of angels. And we'll reach traditional angel status in our next earthly incarnation, which is in anthroposophy called New Jupiter, right? So again, that's why this teaching is so important, is that the teaching of the angels and the spiritual hierarchies is literally the teaching of your own spiritual growth, your own initiation, which, yes, is mirrored in the cosmos and in different planets. You know, so that's why it's so important to have this foundation. So the angels are also basically the direct arms of God. Now, yes, angels can fall, which we'll get into after, but angels are pure beings. They're purified beings. They don't have the same mind that human beings have. And that's another thing that I see a lot is people will basically paint angels to be, because once you paint an angelic being as an alien, you change the fundamental consciousness that that being has, and then it becomes superhumanized. And then you start making them kind of in our image, and they become essentially beings that are like genetically modifying humanity and flying around in ships, because that's what we're interested in doing. And so in reality, angels are the direct arms of God. So they carry out the functions of God, and we all kind of exist within the mind of God. But the angelic hierarchies sort of carry out the will of God, if you will. And so they work through nature, right? They work through time. They hold time together. I mean, these are such big concepts. It's hard to even understand. But obviously, you start getting into the archai, which are the angels, you know, above archangel, and these are like timekeepers, right? And that's why they're associated also sometimes with Saturn. And then you get angelic aspects, angelic beings that can govern aspects of the collective consciousness, right? These are archangels. And then you have angels who basically help individual people, and everybody has at least one angel that is helping them. And so these are the beautiful teachings of the angelic hierarchies, and the angels is basically being the arms and body of God, right? And so there's other names for them. They're called often spiritual beings. Some people, they don't like sort of the Christian term angel. They'll just call them spiritual beings, right? It's the same thing, you know, cosmic beings, because, you know, if you look at like 1800s literature, 1900s literature, they say things like beings from other spheres or beings from other worlds. They're not talking about aliens. They're talking about angels within the spiritual hierarchy, because it was known that the angels basically belong to a planetary sphere, specifically relative to the Earth, the orbit of that sphere. That was known. They operated within that knowledge. It's only us like looking back at it that think that, oh, it's a being from another sphere. Oh, it must be a physical sphere and an alien, or it must be an alien that's using technology to basically jump through wormholes to come here. So again, this is us in our modern culture of wanting to do these things, that we're re-envisioning the heavens, right? And it's not that, and I want to be clear as well, because we'll get into this when we get deeper into Atlantis. It's not that humanity hasn't had advanced technology, or that we haven't had visitations from beings from other worlds. The prior two epochs of Lemuria and Atlantis were characterized by that. But what I'm talking about today is our epoch and what's possible and known in our epoch, because you can't treat our current epoch like Lemuria and like Atlantis, because the earth and human consciousness and what is possible is fundamentally different. And a lot of the time when people start talking about different beings and coming here. It's a direct memory of Atlantis and Lemuria when certain things were possible, when humanity was not as dense, right? And the cosmos operated in a little different way before human beings became individuated and had an eye. There's a difference in how the planet operates and how humanity operates when you have individuated and have your eye or your individual soul, and when you're like a group consciousness. When we're in the Lemurian and early Atlantean phase of group consciousness, you have parental beings because we're basically like children. These are in anthroposophy the angels of Venus, eventually become the angels of Mercury. Those aren't aliens. And you'll see later on in this lecture, you'll see essentially various different people trying to talk about the angels of Venus, but framing them as aliens. But they're not aliens. They're actually angelic beings from the Venusian sphere and eventually what we know as the Mercurial sphere. And this is during the Atlantean and Lemurian epoch, but that's not happening today. We have a different dynamic going on now. And so again, a lot of the profaning of the mysteries that's happening today is just not understanding where we are in time and what's possible in our time with our level of consciousness and our level of materiality and the planet's consciousness and the planet's level of materiality. It's not the same thing all the time. We evolve. Evolution is law, right? So spiritual beings are also, like angels are also talked about a lot in the Eastern traditions. In the Eastern traditions, they're called devas, D-E-V-A-S. And when you see devas being used in like Hinduism or, you know, in some other Eastern religions, I think call it something very similar. They had a very interesting view. They didn't separate the spiritual hierarchies into elementals like we do in the West. So when you see them using the word diva in these earlier Eastern traditions, they mean the spiritual hierarchy. So they mean all angels. And from their perspective, the angels were permeating nature. They're permeating the grass and the sky and the trees. And they would sometimes manifest as sylphs or undines or little people and things like that. And so they didn't differentiate as much as we do now in the West. And so they use that term to describe the spiritual hierarchies. In our tradition in the West, we would call those elementals. And we would see those as different than the supernatural world of angels slightly, because technically the elementals are a little bit different, but it's fundamentally the same hierarchy. You also might hear them being called the Dhyani Buddhas, right? And in the Eastern tradition, that piece of the reality that humanity evolves through a process of initiation is very clear in the Eastern mysteries. So they actually called even angels Dhyani Buddhas, but really it also doubled as a term for basically human beings that had become Buddhas, human beings that were, you know, of a higher level, which we would call the saints, the saintly realm, or ascended masters are the saints in esoteric Christianity, that kind of thing. So it's the same thing, just a little bit different language. And in Buddhism, they are called the Tenbu, Tenyo, or the High Ten. So it's the same thing. It's their version of the spiritual hierarchies, which in the Jewish tradition too, it's called the 9 choirs of angels. Well, that's not really any different than, you know, Dionysius's 9 hierarchies either. So those are also the planes of the consciousness. Those are what we would understand as dimensions, right? The beings within them. All right. So today, modern researchers, it's very trendy. Today, modern researchers are trying to go back and basically redefine the spiritual hierarchies. They're going back and they're saying, oh yeah, you know, the Buddhas of, you know, the the still Buddhas of the Eastern mysteries, the Elohim, those are aliens. Those are alien beings. Those are extraterrestrials. The heaven is physical space. This is that materialist mindset that's out of control, that's now going backwards in time and trying to essentially, through misunderstanding, destroy spiritual teachings as they're meant to be. And so various different researchers are going back into the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, Mahabharata, different Buddhist texts, and they're basically saying, oh yeah, well, this story about an angel interacting with humanity in Lemuria, when humanity itself wasn't even really solid yet, that's a physical alien, right? And so this is what's kind of running rampant, and it's not correct because there's so many different factors that are just not being taken into account, right? We're not considering the condition of the earth and it's how solid it is, and we're not considering the condition of human consciousness and even how materialized the human being is and what level of development they're in, because that will define the kind of spiritual interaction that humanity gets. Okay. So, as many of you know, there are such things as fallen angels. Angels can fall, and angels tend to fall at certain periods. So there was a fall in the Lemurian era that is talked about in the Bible, which is the classical idea of Lucifer falling and the horde of angels that he took with him. That's really an account from Lemuria. And that's sort of the first fall that we see, because in the Lemurian period, that's where we first begin to relate to humanity as a kind of quasi-physical form. But before humanity even materialized and was an astral form, there were similar things going on in the cosmos where some angels would essentially graduate into a higher station. So if you're an angel, you would graduate into archangelship into archai. And then if you were unable to bear the task, you were able to if you weren't able to understand it, you would fall. Okay, so this was even happening before humanity materialized, obviously, and we first begin to talk about it and track it in regards to Lucifer and Lemuria and the Garden of Eden. But there was also another fall in Atlantis, and I personally associate this with Mars. And so also, according to Rudolf Steiner, there was another fall in about 1879 where these Ahrimanic spirits, essentially, they fall from heaven as Michael takes his station. And in the anthroposophical system, this is sort of like the most recent fall. So angels do fall. And when they fall, they become antagonists to humanity, and they become antagonists to the angelic kingdoms. And when they fall, they are essentially cast into what we would call the inner earth. And it's the spiritual plane of the inner earth. And so if you go back and you look at old depictions of Lucifer, you'll see him depicted as being kind of locked in a chamber in the inner earth, and he's usually like eating people or doing horrendous things. And this is showing that once an angel is fallen and kind of cast out, they become locked in the inner earth. And they're sort of held there also by the moon. The moon kind of, in a way, keeps them in and really protects humanity from these sort of fallen entities from getting out. And so when you also know that, you can guess why during the Atlantean period, people tried to tamper with the moon. and why people still want to tamper with the moon. Well, if you're a dark magician, right, and the moon is one of the bodies that is basically stopping the demonic hordes you serve from getting out, and you want them out because you feel like it's going to be your personal power too, then you're going to want to try to mess around with the moon to release them. So when I see stuff going on with the moon and people wanting to mess around with the moon, I just think about the esoteric reality of it and how a lot of people have wanted to mess with the moon even before our culture was able to go to the moon. I'm talking about Atlantis because it is the guardian of the earth. The moon is not negative. It is the guardian of the earth. It keeps the things that are fallen into the inner earth at bay. Okay, the spiritual fallen realm of the inner earth at bay. And so essentially, when you fall as an angel, as anything, you sort of, if it's really bad, you face something called second death, which is going through what I call the dark corridor and being re-amalgamated. So second death is a very real thing, kind of for the worst of the worst. And so nobody really wants to be trapped in this lower realm of the earth that's basically slowly dissolving them. You know, they're always seeking to project themselves into the natural world. Remember, the natural world is the 3D plane that humanity is on. And so these beings in the subnatural world that constitute at the highest level of these archons or these kind of fallen angels are always seeking to enter into humanity, to possess humanity, and to, through humanity, control the natural world and kind of suck it dry. Because their whole consciousness is about antagonizing God and proving that they are God. And to do that, they have to capture the natural world, the human world, right? And so that's the dynamic there. But, you know, despite being locked away in their little sad little chambers in the earth, they have a psychological effect on humanity. So like I said, they don't necessarily manifest physically. It takes an incredible amount of force and power to do that. And it's really not sustainable. So what they do is they appear kind of as in negative energy, or kind of what you could say is like kind of like a dark energy. And they'll try to influence people psychologically so that they can attach to them. And that's the dark reality of the lower planes. And that gives them a little bit of relief from basically being down there. And so there's also hordes of what you would call kind of fallen essences and demonic beings that follow these fallen angels that have been cast into the earth. And so I guess in Gnosticism, you would call these sort of fallen angels archons. That would be pretty good. And I think in our culture, I think we call them negative aliens. I think if you look at all of the alien ideologies that are out there, I think what's happening is it's basically the principle in Gnosticism of archons. And that's now negative aliens, but that's also fallen angels. It's all the same thing. That's just now has different language. But it's confusing because people will, again, come into the knowledge thinking it's aliens. They won't know to connect it to archons and fallen angels, right? So when we understand it's kind of the same thing, we suddenly have so much material that we can study and to understand the phenomenon. So really, you know, in summary, with the fallen angels, their whole goal is really to sort of possess humanity, right? Control humanity. And to do that, they essentially have to enter the life wave of humanity. So fallen angels and demonic beings need to have a form to incarnate into. And so a lot of what we see is actually about trying to create forms for fallen angels at the highest, but also just demonic entities, changing the form so that the human being can house dark things. That is, again, also going into the teaching of the golem. But the reality is that these dark things in the lower planes, they need a form. But the human form is becoming, and really is, naturally too divine for fallen essences. Because when you fall into the earth, okay, when you devolve as a being, you're not getting the upgrades from the solar force and from Christ. So you kind of stay like a time capsule of an earlier period, which means that you're degenerating. So the only way you can survive is to try to splice into the natural human life way that is evolving with time, that is evolving with the sun and Christ. So this is all a very weird, sneaky way in which lower entities are trying to incarnate and trying to filter themselves into, the human natural world because they don't have any access to it. And this is also why in the alien ideology, alienism in New Age and in ufology, it's all about like hybridization. Human beings are hybridized. Yeah, well, that's what you're going to tell people when you're literally a fallen angel or a demonic being that needs to hybridize themselves with human beings. And that's where you get all of the weird push in different secret societies and in the world today to basically be obsessed with genetic manipulation and CRISPR and all this kind of stuff. There's many different things behind it, but we also have to understand the reality of what fallen angels and demonic entities really want is they want a form. And the human form, again, is becoming too divine to hold them, because we are evolving out of the material plane and into a higher form of existence. We're leaving them behind. So many of the activities, whether it be the electrification of the earth or the changing of the human genome, is literally to keep the earth here for as long as possible and the human form degraded so that these things can continue to feed and enter it. We have to see it for what it is. So, okay. Angels, fallen or whole, were always spiritual beings. They were never physical like us. Okay, the same thing with demonic beings. They never existed in the natural world, including outer space, not on our plane. Beings that exist physically are human or within the human kingdom. Psychics or researchers portray angels as physical beings from space. They are really applying conditions from Lemuria to our present day epoch, which is impossible. So I just covered that briefly, but it's really important to understand the different conditions of consciousness and, again, what's possible in those periods. All right. So now we're going to start getting into, I think, the really interesting part. So we've talked about how our spiritual history and teachings can become profaned and inverted. We've talked about what an angel is directly. And we've talked about what a fallen angel is and kind of what their goal is. And just for contrast, angels' goal is the exact opposite. The angelic beings are looking to assist humanity in every single way to the point that they will actually sacrifice their entire being for humanity to evolve. That's the love of the angelic kingdom, the complete opposite of the fallen kingdom. Okay, so now we're going to get into sort of the path in the last, I would say, 80 to 100 years, where we really see teachings becoming profaned, and we really see the spiritual hierarchies and angels essentially becoming aliens, physical flesh and blood aliens that are creating humanity, that are flying around in ships and technology, we suddenly see this shift. So let's observe, where does that shift come from? Why did it happen? How can you go from for thousands of years having a certain teaching in every single esoteric tradition, and then in the last 80, suddenly it turns on its head and it's all about these flesh and blood people basically that say they're aliens, that are using technologies, that are rewriting the human origin story? Where does this come from? Where does it come from? Because it doesn't recognize anything really that we would know classically. So in modern times, around 1950, the spiritual hierarchies, which were traditionally basically angels or demons and elementals, it changes to become flesh and blood aliens. And these aliens use technology to appear and disappear, and they use technology as a way that they spiritually worship. And around 1950, these physical flesh and blood beings that call themselves, these physical flesh and blood people basically call themselves aliens, packed with all of these different people. They just sort of land in certain people's yards and they start telling them things. And there's different teachings on this. There's Michael X, there's Van Tassel, there's several of these experiences that happened in the 1950s. It's absolutely fascinating. So these flesh and blood people basically are making contact with other people in advanced technology, being like, hi, we're aliens, we're from another planet. And they would basically act oftentimes as though humanity is like an irresponsible child, kindergartner, and we need their help. They're advanced. They would say that they're going to save humanity and that there is this galactic federation in the sky. And when humanity is ready, that they're going to come down and they're going to basically initiate humanity into the spiritual hierarchies in the sky and give them all of these secrets to life. So they're presenting themselves as these parental figures, okay? And also in these early contact stories, there were things that would usually always come up that were similar, which is that Jesus was really an alien. This is something that is most of these things that I'm mentioning, by the way, they started in about 1950, but they persisted into the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and present day. The same narratives have persisted from that time. You know, the idea of galactic federations, the idea of humanity is really a big baby, it's a child, and it needs this guidance from these aliens. These aliens are our parents. That Jesus is an alien, right? Jesus is a hybrid. Buddha and Krishna were also alien beings. And so that one is particularly sinister because what they're doing there, whatever this group is basically taking away your ability to transform and transcend, right? They're taking away the spiritual masters who have given humanity incredible gifts and saying, oh yeah, that person wasn't human, they're alien. Therefore, you can never achieve what they did. So there's a theme of infantilizing humanity and glorifying actual human beings that were never alien. And, you know, things that humans have built, like pyramids, everything is done by aliens. Everything that's notable is created by an alien. Every pyramid, every megalith, right? And every human being that was exalted is also an alien. So there's this weird thing where these people are showing up and they're basically stealing humanity's history and heritage and applying it to themselves. And people, especially in that early period, were these contactees. They were amazed because there was this technology. They did have technology. They would do these kind of crazy things, that now we could see could be holograms, or there could be certain things that are done with technology that seem spiritual. So these beings were trying to prove that they were spiritual entities through basically using technology. And because most of humanity was not aware that these technologies could have existed from, say, Atlantis, they were like, oh my God, well, this person must be from Venus because I've never seen that technology before. Okay. So there was this sort of very early usurping beginning in 1950s and propagandizing to people about aliens creating humanity. Jesus is an alien, right? This kind of stuff that really is the purpose of it on a spiritual level is to take away your own process of initiation, because Buddha, Krishna, Jesus, all these incredible human beings were spiritual masters, which means they achieved something for humanity and gave humanity a gift that humanity now must take on and become like. So when you say that person is an alien, that's a satanic thing to say, because you're taking away that person's ability to truly be like that person. Because all of those people were human. Jesus was human. Buddha was human. Krishna was human. They had an exalted soul aspect that may be connected to an angel or an archangel, as in a Venusian essence, which is the archangel. In earlier periods, Mercury and ours, but they weren't alien, right? So you see this happening. And another interesting thing that would typically happen in channeling circles later, but also in these earlier contacts in the 50s, is these people were getting essentially like scientific information. So they were given formulas. They were given formulas to build technologies. But then at the same time, it was kind of like a Luciferian Charlie and the Chocolate Factory thing, where they would be like, well, you really shouldn't build the atomic bomb. You really shouldn't build this technology. You really shouldn't build that, but we'll give you the formula anyway. So it was sort of this weird Charlie and the Chocolate Factory relationship, really, where you shouldn't be doing things, but we're going to give you the ability to do these kinds of things. And so in the 1950s, flesh and blood people began showing up in physical crafts, claiming that they are aliens from another planet. They began contacting certain people to introduce certain spiritual ideologies and encouraging the development of certain technologies. In fact, what made people believe that they were from another planet was their apparent their technological advancement. So spiritual beings that originated from the cosmos, that were classically called angels or demons, were now suddenly appearing as flesh and blood people and calling themselves the old gods or aliens. Yeah, that happened in the last 100 years. And let's go even deeper with this, because I really pegged 1950, that post-war era of science fiction and those weird contacts that I'll get into. But if you look at the ideology, you can see this ideology that aliens are gods, that aliens created humanity. You can see this whole ideology that we've been talking about here today, this whole profaned stream. You can see this going into the 1800s, even earlier, in a specific secret society. Now, this is a secret society that was actually behind Nazi Germany. Now, the secret society is not limited to the Third Reich and Nazi Germany. They were all over the world, but they took on the kind of Nazi cause as sort of their experiment, if you will. So there's a secret society that's much larger, that's in America, that's kind of all over the world, really, that adheres to the ideology that aliens from another planet came to the earth and essentially are gods. This is a real ideology, esoteric ideology of certain people. And this, again, goes against classical understanding. It's not the truth, it's a certain group's truth. So you'll find it in going back as far as like Guido List, Ariosophy, esoteric Hitlerism. The belief is that what they would probably call the Asir or Fenir, these are these old Germanic gods that came from another planet that they directly descended from. Now, it's this esoteric ideology that really fed a lot of the stuff we hear about with the Third Reich. So if you think that you are the direct descendant of an old god, you will think that you have divine right to rule. Okay, so it created this incredible racialism where this esoteric society that was a literalist, externalist, which became a scientific materialist society with a very stunted view of esoterica, you know, they thought that they were the blood of the gods, and that anyone beneath them was basically lower than them. Now, fundamentally, this is the seed ideology to that. So what we're seeing in modern times with all the ancient alien stuff and alien god ideology, as I mentioned in Mars Mysteries, it goes right back to certain secret societies that took root in around Germany, Austria, that believed that their ancestors came from another planet. And now this is really just a misunderstanding about what fallen angels are. It's a misunderstanding about angels, it's a misunderstanding about Atlantis, and a misunderstanding about Lemuria. But they've taken it so literally that, and it's so seductive, right? I mean, if someone told you, right, and maybe this is what these demonic entities do, if someone tells you, listen, you're special, you're better just because you have a certain blood than other people, that is the most seductive, hypnotic thing that you can hear. Because you know what? You don't have to really spiritually evolve because you're already better than everyone. And so the spiritual racialism is an incredibly seductive ideology for a lot of people, because you don't have to focus on inner transformation and you're already just better than everyone. And that's why I think this idea clicks with so many people, is because it's like a shortcut. You just have to exist, essentially. Maybe there's some mundane spiritual things you have to do, but because of your birth and your genetics, you're better. This leads into eugenics. This is the same ideology. This is what happens when you are a literalist, when you're a materialist. You think that the human form, the blood, your race are the most important things spiritually, right? And that's what happened in that era. And there's a whole mythology that they have that goes along with it, which involves things like, Atlantis, or I would say Antarctica and Hyperborea, which, if you watch my work, directly relates to the Mars impulse and certain fallen angels during that period. So ultimately, I want to tie this into the inner earth as well, because I'm going to be going into that in the future in this series. The reason why you see, the Anunnaki and these different groups, these different Nazi groups going into Tibet and traveling around, it's really to prove that they are the direct ancestors of the gods. It's to prove their divine right. They weren't just, going around, looking for cool little artifacts to have in their home. They believed, according to their esoteric system, that they were the children of alien gods, and they wanted to prove it and have divine right. And so ultimately, they go to Tibet and probably other locations to try to make contact with essentially certain people that exist within the earth. All right. And so, well, okay, we'll get into that a little bit now. So the inner earth became a refuge after Atlantis for what you could say were dark magicians. In Edgar Cayce's work, these would be like the Belial group. So when you hear certain people in the conspiracy community talking about like a breakaway civilization, this is what's meant. The breakaway civilization is basically a certain group from Atlantis that basically went into the ground. The reason why they went into the ground and they cannot live on the surface is because during the Atlantean period, we fell into the same kind of problems we are now. They went into extreme transhumanism. They altered their form. And so their form it doesn't even look human anymore. And they also have a sensitivity to the sun. So they cannot be in the sun because the sun in the post-Atlantean epoch is essentially different than the sun in the Atlantean epoch and certainly the Lemurian epoch. So every epoch that goes forward, you get a change in the sun, in the intensity and the actual forces that are in the sun. Okay? So if you want to change your form through transhumanism, you're making your form unnatural, which means it's not going to have the correct relationship with the sun. All right? And so you have these dark magicians, really, or the Belial group that took refuge in the inner earth. Now, they weren't very spiritually advanced because no dark magicians are, right? But they had a lot of technology, and you can probably see where I'm going with this. So you have this group that many people will call a breakaway civilization that has entered the shallow caverns of the earth, which people call the inner earth. The inner earth is actually a spiritual place. It's not a physical thing. It's the real idea of the inner earth in regards to visitors and things like this is a spiritual teaching. All right. So this is like a shallow cavern system that goes pretty deep in the earth, but there are people in there that are from the Atlantean era that are deformed. There's all kinds of things in there that are deformed because they can't be in the sun. I know this sounds like an absolute bizarre story. It sounds like Edward Bulwer Lytton, but listen, the Atlantean civilization was real. The Atlantean epoch was real. Okay, we have to understand that we don't just live in a fragment of time. There were other civilizations, and they're also trying to survive. They don't have a lot of spiritual advancement, but they have a lot of technology. And that is where you get all these weird stories about these aliens giving people technology. They're not aliens. They're literally just deformed people from the inner earth that formed the dark aspect of the Atlantean kingdom that can no longer even live on the surface. That's how deformed they are. Okay. So the whole story is that, allegedly this secret society had been in contact with them. They wanted the technology. They wanted superiority. And so they're in contact, and they're in contact with them today. And the reason why people say, oh, it's aliens, is because then you don't have to have the truth. If people are armed with the truth, they're powerful. If they're chasing their tails with inaccuracies and lies, then they're never going to prevent anything from happening, right? So I'll just do a quick contrast over essentially what real mystery schools would teach about human creation and evolution, because I think that we're so saturated with Nazi esoterica that we don't even realize we've been propagandized to. And a lot of people are starting to think that this Nazi esoteric teachings that have permeated our world are real and they're true. And so there's actually a very sophisticated system of human creation and human initiation that actually is about transubstantiation and sacrifice and changing the form through spiritual development. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with blood. In other words, you just can't claim that you're the kings of the world through a certain bloodline. That's not at all how spiritual advancement works, or you're certainly not going to be the most spiritually advanced kingly person through that. Does that make sense? For more information on this, because I have to get moving, go and check out my creation series. I go extremely into detail about how humanity formed and how we evolve in that series. So, of course, you have this really a Nazi ideology, a Nazi esoteric ideology. And it really starts in the 1800s, even before that, right? It's the antagonizing impulse. So it basically builds and builds and builds. It develops. We get World War II. And then, of course, we all know Operation Paperclip. All of these, Nazi figures, they just come to America. Some other places like Russia too, they don't face, any kind of punishment really for their crime. They just get brought into NASA, which is really interesting because if you can look at the Nazi esoteric origin story, that's a space god origin story. Okay, it's part of the Nazi esoteric ideology is space gods and human evolution through colonization. So a main part of the deep secret Nazi ideology is that humanity does not evolve through resurrection and transubstantiation and transforming themselves inwardly. Humanity's destiny is to become a space god like their alien god ancestors through genetic manipulation and transhumanism, and then eventually colonize other worlds. Okay, so in the Nazi esoteric tradition and the modern thing that they're leading up to is space colonization as basically the ultimate goal of being a space god like their progenitors were. Okay, so when you see, let's colonize other worlds, let's go into space, let's be transhumanist, that is the Antichrist impulse that is very alive and well in what we would kind of colloquially recognize as a Nazi ideology, but it goes so much deeper than just that political movement. Does this make sense? So now, of course, Werner von Braun names Elon Musk in his weird book about Mars. And now Elon Musk is like getting transhumanism going and we got to colonize space. And he's absorbing like a vacuum all of these people on the right. Many of them feel like they're Christians, and it's bizarre to see that because if you really understand that Antichrist impulse, that antagonist impulse, its connection to technology and esoteric Nazism, you would want nothing to do with colonization of space. And you want nothing to do with transhumanism. And you would see someone pushing that as though it's humanity's hope as being a straight up satanic individual by ideology alone, right? So this is what we begin to see. We begin to see the paperclip Nazis come over to America, enter NASA, right? The exact institution in which they can create their space god religion and become space gods, right? This is how you know that little secret society maybe goes into Skull and Bones and these other things, right? Because how were they able to just come to America and fulfill their space god propaganda, which is exactly what we see. Let's go forward. So let's go back to 1950 with a contactee named George Van Tassel. As I mentioned, there were actually many different people that were contacted in 1950s and 1960s in basically the same way. But I chose George Van Tassel because his contactee experience seems to just be like the perfect example of a sort of bizarre propaganda that began to appear at that time to create an alien religion. and to paint aliens and technology as physical and spiritual, and to really bring in this weird alien techno religion. So George Van Tassel is a contactee from around 1953-52. He is the individual that's actually featured in my little trailer for this video. And surprisingly enough, he's an aerospace guy. He's a government contractor. Okay, and actually several of the people who are contacted by aliens in the 50s and 60s also just happen to be government contractors. What do you know? It's the same thing today, how you see all these people that worked for the CIA, that worked for these clandestine agencies come forward, and suddenly they want to talk to you about advanced technology. Suddenly they want to get the UFO file out there. NHI, they rename everything, you know. This started a long time ago. This started in 1950, you know, in its infancy, and really starting to get the alien techno religion out there. So Van Tassel, basically what happens to him is that this bell-shaped craft, which he calls a scout craft from Venus, this appears in his backyard. Now, he's a government contractor, okay, and an aerospace guy. He actually, I believe, was chosen to be sort of part of a precursor to NASA, where he was like a flight engineer. So he's deep into aerospace. And he is running an airport around Joshua Tree for the government. Okay, so he's getting paid by the government. He's in aerospace. And suddenly, this bell-shaped craft just lands in his yard. And he claims, I think, that they're from Venus. And they start giving him all of these spiritual lessons. They tell him to start this religion. They start talking to him about time travel and how technology can heal the body, and you can travel anywhere in time with technology. And, you know, really begins this sort of worship with aliens. But according to Van Tassel, they're like it's like a physical person, right? So the weird thing about that too is that Van Tassel actually lives and kind of comes across the land out there in the desert from another individual who was accused of being a Nazi collaborator during World War II. And so the land that Van Tassel's on, that he lives on, that he works on, was basically suspected to be, the owner of it was suspected to be a Nazi collaborator. And that could be neither here nor there, because a lot of people could have been obviously accused of that. But it is a little bit weird considering the arena that we're in. And what makes it even weirder is that the land is actually on top of a glass tunnel system. And the First Nations people in the area believed that the tunnel system went into the inner earth. So Van Tassel ends up building this temple that is still in use today. And he writes all of these different spiritual books about aliens, his account in them. He goes on television as well. And there's still kind of a little bit of a cult around Van Tassel. And so with him, we really see the very beginnings of this alien god religion that will proliferate. And you can still see the kind of weird, like, Nazi underpinning in it. And it's funny because I feel like people are exhausted with talking about Nazis. And I think that there's a fatigue around it. And I get it. I get it. I totally get it. Because everyone has been focusing on that word and that movement, but nothing has been really revealed or really understood on a deep level about it. So for me, I understand if there's fatigue about it. But at the end of the day, when you start looking into this and researching it, that's what you find objectively. That's the secret societies and the movements that are behind the advanced technology and the ideology itself of being alien, the children of aliens. That's where it comes from. And so again, other mystery schools did not have that perspective, right? That is a unique perspective of that movement, of the Nazi movement. That is their origin story. It's not other mystery schools' origin story that took a classical position. So I understand fatigue around this, right? But whether people are tired of hearing about it or not, it needs to be addressed, right? That's sort of how I see it. Now, after Van Tassel in the 1960s and 70s, we see the alien god ideology still picking up steam, and we see von Daniken come onto the scene. Now, Eric von Daniken writes Chariots of the Gods and a lot of other books. He's still lecturing today, and he's the father of Ancient Aliens and the Ancient Alien show. And so he's a literalist and he's a materialist. And part of his lectures are basically going back into the Bible, going back into Eastern texts and redefining them with his literalist perspective, which is basically that all angels are basically aliens, and that what was called the heavens is really physical outer space. So von Daniken has almost single-handedly, through his lectures and books, redefined the cosmos as being full of extraterrestrials that are basically physical or can become non-physical through like technology, right? And that it's a physical space, right? And so a lot of people have pointed out the connections to the Nazi Party with von Daniken. It's not something that's secret at all, and I'm honestly kind of surprised that that he got so popular, because Chariots of the Gods was sort of ghost written or partly written or potentially even fully written by an individual named Wilhelm Rogersdorf or Utz Udermann. Now, this individual was the Nazi propagandist for a newspaper called Volkischer Beobachter. So he was a direct editor of basically Nazi propaganda, a huge figure in that movement. And so he basically writes Chariots of the Gods. And von Daniken becomes an arm of that movement, basically spouting and propagandizing the exact origin story of the Nazis. Right? I don't want to talk about this all the time. I know it's a disturbing idea that our spiritual community and ufology could be saturated with this. But what are we going to do about it? Right? Because right now, if you look into the New Age and you look into ufology, the whole scene is defined by von Daniken and Zachariah Sitchen. The classical understanding of this is nearly gone. And when you talk about things like resurrection, or you talk about things like spiritual initiation, it's looked at as a silly, ridiculous thing from the past. The real stuff is in the von Daniken work or the Sitchen work. That's where the real stuff is. That's where the technologies are. That's where our real history is. And if you talk about the classical teachings of initiation, the things that have been the basis of our spiritual evolution for thousands of years, that's like old stuff. Who cares? That's religious. That's dogmatic. I don't want anything to do with that. It's aliens. And so we're fighting against this juggernaut, really, of glamorous, repackaged Nazi esoterica that we have to eventually confront, because we're going to get a repeat of that society if we don't. And it's going to come in from the spiritual side. Okay. So von Daniken, his position is basically, if you see a megalith that looks like it couldn't be built today, an alien did it. If somebody performs some kind of spiritual feat like Christ or Buddha, that person is basically an alien. So again, it is this infantilizing of humanity, and painting us as though we can't evolve without these alien caretakers. And very few people chime in and even talk about the spiritual hierarchies and say, hey, you're talking about archangels, or hey, you're talking about the spiritual hierarchies here, and that's technically not the stewardship that should be taken for that particular topic. We get sucked into it because it's on television. It's glamorous. And millions of dollars have been put behind this individual to go out there and capture your attention. And I think one of the most disturbing things about the Ancient Aliens movement, and it comes through von Daniken a lot also, is this idea of, he says it repeatedly in his talks, that humanity is going to find some kind of ancient hidden records. And it's going to be under the pyramid, or it's going to be in Tibet, or it's going to be in India, or in some megalith. And then that's going to back up everything that I'm saying. So for me, I'm looking at that like, well, when are we going to get the drop where basically this secret society has created these documents, or whatever, or they frame these documents in a weird way to basically rewrite our origin story? So should we be expecting some cache of documents to be found that suddenly validates the alien god ideology? I think we'll confront that. I think we will confront that, because that's what has been said over and over again in von Daniken and other alien god theorists' lectures. Okay, so after von Daniken, we get basically the Sitchen material, and that is like 80s and 90s going into the 2000s. And Sitchen basically elaborates on von Daniken. He takes the von Daniken work and kind of brings it to a new height. Okay, what he does is he introduces the Babylonian pantheon. So he brings humanity back to the Babylonian myths, the Babylonian ideology, and he recenters our focus there. And in a way, it's kind of getting us to worship these Babylonian gods. So he's kind of centering people back in the Babylonian religion, the Sumerian Babylonian stream, which is the lunar stream. Okay. And so, you know, a lot of people who fall into this, they surround themselves with pictures of Sumerian gods, and they believe that's the purest stream. And it's kind of a way of just reintroducing the Babylonian religion to humanity again, right? That's the simplest way of putting that. And through the Sitchen work, we get the classic ideology that's now completely permeated people by saying that humanity is basically the result of genetic modification, and they were created in a petri dish, and they were created as slaves, and humanity is really part animal, except for the gods. Those aren't part animal, right? So you can see, in my opinion, you know, the Sitchen work is basically the Nazi origin myth. This is, you know, both von Daniken and Sitchen are essentially bringing forward and modernizing and elaborating on the original origin myth of the Nazis that goes back even before the Nazis existed to this sort of secret society. Also very strange, he says that, you know, the planet Mars is where the god Alalu is. I mean, the elaborate details that Sitchen comes up with are incredible. But he says that, you know, the god Alalu is buried on Mars. And it's near this alleged Sphinx on Mars, which kind of goes along with Edgar Cayce's Hall of Records material, where the Sphinx is always where the king is buried. And it's in the Cydonia region. And so also in the Sitchen work, you kind of see this inweaving of Mars, which I really picked up on a lot. And in my own visions and stuff was picking up something very different, but I can see how it's being slowly weaved in. And you know what? Again, like Von Daniken, you see Sitchen basically remove a lot of things that were done naturally through spiritual feats, like miraculous conception. You know, the thing about a lot of the Von Daniken work, the Sitchen work, the alien god stuff, is that there's really no understanding of the feminine mysteries. And that's why you'll see typically a lot of men will just go all in on Sitchen and Von Daniken. And then the women tend to be a little bit less interested in it. And I think that's because within the women's wisdom stream and experience, we actually understand creation to a different level naturally. And we understand, even within our body, very old secrets about immaculate conception and the birth of kings and sort of this whole world that exists within the feminine mysteries that teachings like Sitchen and Von Daniken completely insult. Because every feminine process, every feminine archetype is destroyed in the Sitchen and Von Daniken and alien god material. You know, you have the birth of humanity being done through scientific innovation. No, the birth of humanity is directly linked to the feminine mysteries, to Eve, and through the feminine form, the feminine body, that becomes and takes on the imprint of the Father. And so the birth and creation of humanity is very deeply inwoven in the feminine side of things through natural processes. So when you get too far into the alien god religion, literally everything about Mother Nature, everything about the feminine mysteries is destroyed. And everything that the feminine does, is called to do, is done by a technology. And that's why in Metropolis, you see Maria, or you see the woman basically encased in a machine. Yeah, because that's where the ideology goes. It goes to the destruction of the feminine. Because you cannot have an origin story that says that you were created in a lab and honor the feminine arc of the mysteries. You're destroyed it. And the reason why this is allowed is because we've lost the feminine mysteries. We don't understand them anymore. And so this monster has come about now. But it's time that we remember, so that we can actually understand our origins and our beginnings. Okay? We have a beautiful process of spiritual growth that's not driven by like genetically modifying humanity in a lab and things like this. This is a sickness. It's what happens when the feminine is not in its proper place. You get this weird techno-transhumanist alien religion. As technology steps in to take over every single natural process that is esoterically usually assigned to the feminine, to Sophia, to Mary. Okay? So the Sitchen and Von Daniken rhetoric is basically normalized, and it's people talk about it as though it's just reality. In the 2000s, Ancient Aliens starts up as a direct propaganda arm and propagator of both Sitchen and Von Daniken's work. You have all of these other authors signing on and speakers signing on that basically propagate the alien god ideology. You get conferences, documentaries, everything that's now within this alien god ideology that's been established since the 50s, with von Tassel moving down through Sitchen and Von Daniken. In 2010s, we now get Gaia. Now, Gaia has some incredible people on there, actually, that have nothing to do with this, so they're lovely. But they also have this cosmic aspect of it that directly propagates the alien god ideology. And they exist in that capacity to really just continually push that propaganda, but now spiritualize it. So you get psychics and channelers and whistleblowers that are adding this spiritual aspect to the alien God ideology and really kind of riding on the back of established researchers and spiritual people that don't really understand what's going on. So they're kind of using other people's credibility to piggyback this alien God stuff on. And so that is, in my opinion, Gaia in a nutshell. I know some people may disagree, that's fine. But when you get into the cosmic stuff, it's basically just ancient aliens. It's ancient aliens with a spiritual focus. It's basically the Nazi esoteric ancient aliens on steroids. That's essentially what Gaia is. Okay? And today, of course, you have, it becomes so permeated after 60 years that on YouTube you have different people channeling different aliens and federations of aliens and basically regurgitating what they hear on Gaia or what has been said through Sitchen and von Daniken, and it's really become an egregore that is, again, competing with the classical understanding that's actually useful to us. And so the other thing I have to mention about channelers and psychics is that, you know, there's a real impulse that you can tune into. We were talking earlier about how there's demonic and fallen forces in the inner earth that can influence you mentally. So you could actually fall into these teachings and never see ancient aliens. You can actually get contacted by these kinds of beings in the inner planes of the earth that are fallen, and they'll tell you the same thing, because that's ultimately what's happened to a lot of people. They're captured by this. A lot of people who propagate this, I have to be very clear, a lot of people who propagate this have no idea that it is not reality. They don't understand that Jesus wasn't an alien, or that, you know, you don't need a machine to like live forever, in taking the most extreme cases of this ideology. They don't know that you didn't need an alien to build a pyramid. And so they get perhaps introduced to the stream through propaganda, but they could also tune into the stream just through, you know, tuning into the essence of demonic entities. Because demonic entities need a form, right? We talked about that in the beginning. So I'm going to move on to your questions, but I want to do a couple honorable mentions first. So I wasn't, you guys, there were so many different contactees, different movements that were in the same vein. I couldn't choose them all, but I also want to mention Scientology. Scientology was created by L. Ron Hubbard, who was obviously connected to Crowley and JPL and NASA. And he came out in the 1940s, even before Van Tassel. And he basically said that there's this galactic confederacy that's led by Lucifer. And they're going to like save humanity or what have you. Lucifer, of course, is the connection to Venus. And if you look at a lot of the earlier contacts, they mentioned Venus too. That could be a reference to, obviously, the fallen angel essence that fell in the Lemurian epoch under the sign of Venus. So that actually could be a little bit of in plain sight there. Not that the planet Venus obviously is evil, but the fallen aspect of it. Okay. So Scientology creates the original space soap opera. Like when you start seeing the Galactic Federation stuff, L. Ron Hubbard did it first, okay? You also have Andrea Puharich and the Nine. This is like in the 60s, 70s, even into like the 80s. You have Andrea Puharich, who associated with the MK Ultra program. People suspected he was a doctor in that program. He ends up meeting this medium called Vinod. They do a Brahmin ceremony and unify themselves together and apparently communicate with an extraterrestrial being. So Puharich was really also one of the first people that was using spiritual means to contact allegedly aliens. He became so obsessed with this because he says in his own interviews that these aliens were giving him equations. Like they weren't giving him information like on how to improve his life, like how to, create his, higher whatever. Maybe they were, but the main thing that he was impressed about was, that they were giving him these scientific equations. And he became so infatuated with it that he created Space Kids, which is something that Dark Journalist talked about on Friday, which was basically going and finding children who had psychic potential and grooming them to communicate with these aliens. And he eventually lands with Uri Geller, who he starts to groom to become kind of like a space messiah. And Uri Geller, at the peak of his relationship with Puharich, is basically communicating with this like alien who the nine are gods from Egypt, but also aliens. And he, at the height of the communication, he is basically saying, he's like, oh my God, I'm actually communicating not with like a living being. I'm communicating with a computer. And it's the computer of like a spaceship or something. And it has absorbed the souls of all beings that used to live within its like sphere or something. So it all leads down the same road. It always leads to like some weird robot transhumanism alien stuff and channeling. I mean, this is where it usually ends up going, no matter what route you take. And I just find that to be very interesting. In the 70s, massive channeling movements stem out of sort of those initial periods of contact that we really saw with Van Tassel and those government contractors that were getting contacted. You suddenly see Ashtar Command channeling, and conveniently all of the Ashtar Command people look like, Sunat Kumara, or like Archangel Michael, or like this Venusian Aryan looking figure, Then you get Galactic Federation channelers, which is Scientology. I mean, in 1940, it was L. Ron Hubbard that was basically saying aliens are amongst us. There's a galactic confederacy. They have a base on Mars. They have a base. I mean, this is basically from these different mystery schools that were, I guess, trying to bring it forward, but had a completely bizarre interpretation on it. A kind of space alien interpretation. You get UFO cults, and really interestingly as well, you see also in the beginning of the contact experiences, typically you see it portrayed as like a perversion of the ascended masters, like a perversion of like the masters or Michael, right? So they look like they're these Aryan gods or something. And then as time moves on, you start to see these aliens looking like grays, and they start looking like chimeras. You start to see that in the 2000s and in the 90s. And so that's an interesting thing. It's an interesting arc to observe. The only exception to that I can think of is Crowley's Lamb, which looks like a very early gray. So it's really interesting to see that arc in contact experience, because it's almost like showing the degeneration of humanity beginning as a normal human form and then degrading into some chimeras, backwards in the animal kingdom, and then forwards too far into like a cyborg thing. It's interesting to see the kind of contact because it mirrors to us, I think, our own potential arc in evolution in a way. Okay, I went on to list more channelers, but I'm sure y'all have had enough of that. And I'm going to read this last, well, this is a little long, but I really want to get to your questions. So maybe, no, I'll read it. I'm going to read this last little bit, and then I'm going to get to your questions. So For thousands of years, the cosmos was understood as a spiritual being. And it was understood as a series of spiritual realms of different qualities. Different qualities that the human being, as an aspect of the spiritual hierarchies, could also one day attain. Beings in the cosmos were angels of different orders, and each spoke to a different level of human initiation. Humanity was an integral part of the spiritual hierarchy and has the capacity through inward transformation to evolve, which is a process of initiation in the cosmos using our own inner forces. Today, these original teachings are washed away in the ignorance of literalism and materialism. The New Age and ufology is captured by neo-Nazi beliefs and now espouses the same ideologies one would find in esoteric Hitlerism. Things like Antarctica, Mars colonization, alien gods, transhumanism, eugenics, the obsession with racialism we're seeing now, the glorification on social media, especially Twitter, of now Hitlerism and questioning the war in such a way where now Hitler is almost slowly being deified again. That's because they, as an occult order, they have an egregore that uses the swastika as a symbol, that perhaps sees Hitler as an ascended master. And so these ideologies, if they truly are behind, as people say with Project Paperclip, if they truly have entered into NASA and into the government through secret societies, the aspect, the occult aspect, the symbology, the characters need to be restored in the public eye for all of those egregores to be fed again. So I guess we can either believe that we had this transfer, this sort of transfer of Nazi influence through Operation Paperclip, and we can think that that withered away and never happened. We can think this ideology doesn't exist, or we can confront it head on and build something better instead of having to rehash this really twisted ideology again, right? Like, we can go back and we can discuss injustices in World War II on both sides. Okay, we can do that. We have the intelligence to do that. We don't have to glorify Nazis again. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing this almost purposeful movement to go back into World War II and glorify the Nazi side. And I think as adults, we should be able to go back and look honestly at World War II or World War I or any historical event and find the honest truth. Find the honest reality behind any aspect of that war. And be courageous enough to admit if there is propaganda around it. We can do that without propping up either side, and we can move forward on a clean slate without having to go back and constantly rehash this. Do you know what I'm saying? So these teachings, the things that I've spoken about today that I'm calling neo-Nazi teachings, these are in direct contrast with reality. And angels and demons were never seen as physical beings. They never flew around in spaceships. And higher spiritual beings like saints, spiritual masters, angels, and even demons don't need technology. Humans need technology and create technology. If you are a human being that is not very initiated, without a lot of spiritual power, you may want to create super technologies and certain technologies that can thin the veil so you can have demonic entities enter into the natural world and do your bidding, right? Technology is something that we lean on when we are atrophied spiritually. If you see an angel, if you see an ascended master, a saint, a spiritual being, they're not showing up in a nuts and bolts ship. They may show up in an orb in the sky. They may show up in sparkles or lights or They may be a ball of light, right? But that's not a ship, that's a Merkaba, right? So you might see a Merkaba in the sky. You might see elementals in the forest as lights, but not everything is an alien, right? Not everything is a ship. So this whole thing about technology basically being used by angels, this is not reality. Angels don't need technology. Now, there are certain very advanced, obviously, humans or masters that probably have all these technologies set aside from Atlantis or whatever, but they're not using them to seduce people into worshiping them, right? They're not using them in that way. What I'm talking about is a group that has these technologies left over from Atlantis, that's taken refuge in the inner earth, that is using these technologies to control humanity, summon dark entities because they have no spiritual power and need technology to do that now, and is creating a dark impulse on the planet that we need to confront. And I know the information sounds really wild, but if we're going to go on Twitter every day and see every aspect of UFOs trending, then we need to talk about this, because this is the root. We can't have an honest conversation unless we talk about this. Okay, so again, if you're seeing an angel, an ascended master, a saint, they don't need to use a ship or a technology. That's getting into fallen angel behavior and certain breakaway stuff that happened on the inner earth that has retained technologies from Atlantis. Atlantis was spacefaring. Atlantis had incredible technologies that have been re-engineered and things like that. It's not space aliens. It's not out there. A good rule of thumb is before you start saying, you know, here's the extraterrestrial hypothesis, immediately go to Atlantis and the shallow caverns of the inner earth. Start there. I'm not saying that we don't get visitations from spiritual beings. I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying that that's not the first thing that we should think of. I'm saying that we begin with Atlantis, and we begin with a certain fallen breakaway civilization that's technologically advanced and, quite frankly, very dark, that's in the earth and is manipulating humanity through giving them technology because human beings want power. That's the dynamic I'm talking about. That's where we go first. Once we can address all of that, then we can get into the fantastic and incredible teachings about beings from other spheres, about human evolution in the cosmos, about what that's like, what that is. Okay? Okay. So I'm going to clarify it as much as I can here. We're going to close it out. This is going to prepare us for the next lecture, and then I'm going to grab your questions. So what is really going on here? What am I really saying? You have a human group that is a secret occult society that is associated at one point with Nazism, but really had existed before and after that. They have made contact with deformed human beings from the inner earth that took refuge at the end of the Atlantean epoch. This is called a breakaway civilization. Keep in mind that Atlantis had advanced technology, advanced magical systems, and our post-Atlantean society today, we still are not at the level that Atlantis was. These beings in the inner earth that are really deformed, fallen Atlanteans want to kind of rule in a way and build the earth back up to where it was in Atlantis and kind of finally get control of it, really. And a lot of that has to do with certain spiritual dynamics that we talked about in Electric Apocalypse. There's an aspect to these fallen entities where they're so deformed that their skin and body can't be in the sun, which is why they don't really come into the surface. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what happens when you destroy your form. And so a lot of the deformed things that go on are really an extension of Atlantis. at the end of the day, you could really look at it as all of them are really just kind of empty shells. So if you take this fallen group from Atlantis that's taken refuge in the earth, they're just empty shells that are possessed essentially by that fallen angel impulse and by demonic entities. And then if you look at the secret societies that are behind the government and these different dark groups, they're also just empty shells. And so at the end of the day, where we really are battling with principalities, it really is a spiritual battle, because at the end of the day, they're all driven by that Antichrist impulse, just in a little bit of a different way. And it's really the same stream from Atlantis that never went away. It never went away. It still exists, but it's possessed by that force. And we could all sort of fall prey to that if we're not careful. So really, that's the makeup of it. And I'm going to get into your questions now. Okay, we've got a lot. I went a little bit longer today, but I will go a little longer on the questions. Okay, so this one is from Valeria. I wanted to ask you about the Archangel Samael. If you've already mentioned it elsewhere, I apologize. I am slowly catching up on all your videos. I seem to remember that according to Rudolf Steiner, Samael is one of the 7 leading archangels, and he is the ruler of the Mars sphere. I found that in Kabbalism, he is also the second mate of Lilith, and somewhere he is associated with Satan. So is he a fallen angel showing us our shadow? Okay, this is a great question, and this is getting into the kind of conversations and perspectives that I think we should be having. Okay, so Samael is classically viewed, not an alien. Okay, Samael is the name of an angel that is associated or ruling the Mars sphere. Now, how we really view archangels is 2 ways. You can view there as being kind of one primary regent of Mars, and that would be considered Samael. But there's also like legions of angels associated with Mars that are in the archangel category, but also angel category, that are of Mars. Okay. And so it doesn't mean that Samael is a fallen angel. But during our development in the cosmos, what happens is that relative to the Earth, at certain periods, planets can fall, right? So if I believe it's in the Bible describing the Garden of Eden, it talks about, I believe, Samael riding the snake that eventually tempts Eve. This is talking about the Luciferic impulse that came through Mars. So this is what I mean by understanding that, like, the Bible and a lot of different, especially earlier spiritual texts, they speak in allegories about very real battles in heaven and things that happen in the spiritual plane, not the physical plane necessarily. So when we talk about Samael riding the snake that eventually tempts Eve, I believe that is the context. We're talking about Mars being taken by the Luciferian impulse, by the Luciferic spirits, and there being a negative or fallen Mars impulse on the planet, and that there was a kind of corruption that came through Mars. We don't really talk about that too much. We mainly talk about the fall from Venus, but there was also a fall from Mars as well. And I talk about this in my Mars Mysteries lecture. The fallen Mars impulse is very much behind everything that I've talked about today. Lilith, I spoke about Lilith last week, and I made a post about Lilith. From my perspective, Lilith is the fallen female essence, is an archetype for that. I personally don't see. I personally see it as Lilith being the embodiment of the prior lunar era, which is going to be a natural shadow to Eve. Just like how, if you look at Ahriman, when he's sometimes portrayed as a lunar entity, and it's usually the moon is usually fighting the sun. So what we have there is a depiction of the beings of the current age, the archetype of the current age, which is usually perceived as a solar entity, right? You have like Michael the Archangel usually slaying Lucifer. You have you also have Ahriman and Ahriman and like Michael's situation there as well. And Ahriman really represents the lunar evolution. In some earlier depictions, you can actually see Ahriman being associated with the moon in the past. So you have one age giving over to another. And usually esoterically, the past age, which to us would be the lunar age, becomes kind of an antagonist. It becomes kind of a challenging force for us because that's where our trauma is carried. And so I see that as being an example of basically a fallen kind of masculine impulse partnering up naturally with a fallen lunar impulse. You know, in Gnosticism, they would probably be kind of seen as archons. And ultimately, certain things that have taken place in the astral plane, right, in the kingdom of angels, that eventually have an effect on humanity. So just to clarify this, when you hear like of an archangel, that is the regent of a planet, right? So Samael ruling Mars, Gabriel ruling the moon, and then you have the Michael ruling the sun. Generally, how that is like there's the regent of the planetary sphere, which is the highest, but then you also have sort of a horde in a positive way of angelic beings that are beneath them. And sometimes those angels can fall and then others don't. So it's not that like Samael is fallen. Samael just represents Mars at large. It's that an aspect of Mars also fell in our early development, but it just doesn't really get focused on as much. It's mainly Lucifer. So that's my view on that. Okay, this is from Elizabeth. Thank you for speaking on this topic. Recently, there's a lot of communication regarding angels and aliens. The speakers do not seem informed, and what would you say regarding to discern between an angel and an alien? Frequency? Why has this topic become so in the forefront at this time? Yeah, so in my experience, a lot of people who channel aliens and talk about aliens in a spiritual way, if you actually sit down with them and you get them to describe the quality and the characteristics of the entity that they're talking to, you'll find that they're talking about a spiritual entity. Okay? They're not talking about actually an alien. They're really just talking about an entity that exists in the astral plane that's talking to them. Okay, so that is what has always been classified as a spiritual encounter. Only in literally the last 20 or 30 years have we ever called that like an alien being. Because there's been, and there could be many different reasons. There's massive propaganda. As I mentioned, I tried to go through it from Van Tassel to Sitchen, that have been the whole movement of ancient aliens was to go back into the Bible, Vedic texts, and anytime it told a story about the battle in heaven between angels, they would say, no, that's an extraterrestrial. And it's not heaven as in the astral plane, it's physical space. So basically it's like, changing the paradigm, because that's how it would have appeared to us perhaps in Atlantis or in Lemuria. We would have looked in the sky and we would have seen angels blessing us or battling in the sky, right? Because our consciousness was different then. And we wrote about it in a different way. But so you have this massive effort that continues on with like Gaia, that is purposefully calling spiritual beings. Like if you ask the person, like this is the same thing with abductions, the vast majority of people who are abducted are essentially getting pulled out of their body astrally. And because they're not trained to recognize their astral body and an astral experience, or they're young children and they can't discern, they literally think it happened to them physically. You can also get marks that appear on your body from your etheric body being touched or your astral body being touched. A lot of experiences that are spiritual experiences, they're astral encounters, are being called alien. Why are we calling it that? Like this would have been classified as a demonic encounter or an angel encounter. But for some reason, probably also because we're becoming more obsessed with technology and sci-fi, but the moment that becomes our world, we start perceiving spiritual entities that way as well. But it's sort of like there's also different groups that are dark in the world that really benefit from people labeling it like that. And so there's a lot of different dynamics that are going on here. But when it comes to like people talking about they're channeling aliens, they've never been on a ship. A ship has literally never landed in their backyard. They've never met an alien in person. The vast majority of people who channel the galactic, these are all astral encounters. So somewhere along the line, people started calling angels and demons aliens. And now that's what everything is. And it cuts us off from understanding our own history with these encounters to truly understand them. It cuts us off from the language, because don't forget, you've had many different past lives where you've used this language. So by renaming it, you're just cutting yourself off from your own awakening by using words that literally mean nothing to you in your consciousness. When you start researching it within the Eastern system, when you start researching it within the Western system, you're going to come into information that you've heard many different times. It's going to be easier for you. You've heard it in your past lives before. We start creating all these new terms for the same thing. You don't have that experience of remembrance. You're just stuck within this fragment that has been created by ancient aliens and Gaia and all these different alien god ideologies that I personify into those people. But so yeah, a lot of people are just literally describing contact with their spirit guides and with angels, but they're just using this language because I think it's been kind of become trendy and shoved down their throat. I also think that there are dark entities that claim to be alien because they don't want you to know that they're basically dark. I also think it's very possible that there could be technologies that are in play, some kind of satellite system that actually broadcast these ideas into people's minds. Look no further than the work of Andrea Puharich, who was literally in the 70s putting devices in people's heads so that they could hear voices in their head. Think about how much more sophisticated that is now. Think, well, what is MK Ultra? MK Ultra, part of that was really how to brainwash people. So I do think there's a part of this as well. How much of this is like broadcasted signals that people are receiving? Because the alien god ideology and everything feeds into transhumanism. It separates people from their initiatory path of inward development by drawing them forever outside of themselves. So there's a lot of different reasons, I think, why it's going on, which is why we just have to, I think, bring it back to earth, And I think it's seductive too, because there is something that's called the transmigration of souls, which is that your soul does basically have experiences on other planets, which is the seed of what starseed means, but it's grown and become something that no longer recognizes the original teaching. It's like a little kernel of truth, and then it no longer looks like it originally did. Okay. Violet Hummingbird. Do beings within the angelic hierarchy, the hierarchy above humans, incarnate into humanity during this time? Could this be an example of how the starseed ideology manifests as truth? Exactly. We were just saying this, how what can happen is when you hear about like a bodhisattva or like a very exalted human initiate, why they are considered exalted is essentially because they have an angel of Mercury that enmeshes with their bioenergetic field and that works with them in their life. That's what a high initiate is. So you have a situation like that where you have an archangel that can basically be enmeshing with somebody's body, which makes them a bodhisattva, right? And people will look at that with a literalist mindset and say, oh, you're an alien. No, 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 no. It's much more sophisticated than that. You are a human being, right, in the natural world, and you have a supernatural angelic being that has enmeshed themselves with your bioenergetic field, with your aura, right? And is now, you're actually going through a certain kind of exalted development with them. There's a certain part of you that is being formed through that connection that's making you an advanced servant to humanity, basically. There's also periods of transmigration, for example, from the lunar era of the Earth to the earthly era. There's a transmigration of souls there. There was a transmigration of souls from Mars, right, at certain time periods. But every single time, the soul goes into basically the center of the earth and becomes an earthly human. And all of that takes place in the soul, right? So it's these ideas. And also you have in Theosophy the teaching of Venus and Sunat Kumara, right, which is the high earthly, a high kind of earthly Venusian master, because Venus and the earth are the same thing. Venus is just the higher aspect of the earth. It's not a separate planet at all in its core. So you have these extremely, I would say, elegant spiritual teachings that kind of get compressed and compounded into like, I'm an alien, I'm a hybrid, I'm like this and that, and I'm a starseed and you're not. We're kind of compressing and literalizing things to the point that, again, it no longer resembles the original teaching. Yes, there's a cosmic element to us 100%. But when we start getting things like too literalist, it, like if you go back into the Steiner teachings, you see, oh, the angels of Venus walked in Lemuria. Oh, the angels of Mercury walked in as the main guides in Atlantis. Okay, those are angels, but they're being interpreted as aliens, right? And so the language does matter, because even the word alien, I'm not splitting hairs, because even the word alien suggests something completely different than you, something out there, something separate. Angels are part of the human being. They're part of the spirit. They're part of the human existence. They're part of the spiritual hierarchy. We all are. So even that word doesn't work as a correct definition, because they are part of us. They're part of the planet. They're in nature. So there's nothing alien about them, even to split hairs. So, okay. So, sunshine pasta. Would Christ be considered an angel come to Earth, or just a very evolved human? And if Venus is associated with angels, how does Mars fit into things? It's not part of the planetary chain, but seems to be very critical for us. These are really good questions, especially with the whole alien narrative. I hesitate to simplify things too much, to the point of saying Venus equals angel, Mars equals demon. Can you help me understand this place and development relative to us and each other? This is a really great question. And I feel like you're really getting into the spiritual underpinnings of our world and the cosmos. So there's a difference between the entity that is the Christ and Jesus. So Jesus was a human being, a very high initiate. You could call him a master, right? And the Christ is actually the highest solar spirit. So Jesus takes on the Christ for 3 years and has the Christ live in him. And it's through him that the whole world is basically transformed and the blood is transformed. So Jesus was a human being who had advanced to such a high degree spiritually that he was able to, in his physical body, for the first time on this planet, contain within himself the sun, the solar essence, the highest solar spirit. Okay, all the prior masters like Buddha, Krishna, Zoroaster, there's many, many, many great figures in history that were actually leading up to that moment, and also part of that moment through a shared etheric and astral body. A lot went into that incarnation on the spiritual plane, And when you really get into what happened at the crucifixion esoterically, you can see that like calling Jesus an alien is like such a bizarre thing to say and damaging thing to say, because you won't understand the mystery of the blood. You won't understand the mystery of how the earth went from being a black sun to a white sun inside. There's so many things about our own evolution that we cannot understand unless we acknowledge mastership and what a spiritual master or a saint is, and the things they do for humanity to evolve, that they take on not out of some greedy, weird power, but literally sacrifice their whole being, their whole essence, just so that we can have something. That's what this kind of stuff takes away from. So Jesus was a human, Buddha was a human, Krishna was a human. All these people were exalted human beings that had earned their initiation through blood, sweat, and tears, the same way that you and I have to earn it. And they stand as these incredible individuals in the saintly kingdom, the saintly realm, as Casey would say, to help us along with angels, because humanity is evolving as well. Of course we are. So I went into the Mars thing already, so I won't get into that. Mars is a neutral planet, but it does have a fallen aspect, just like Venus has a fallen aspect. Both Mars and Venus have a fallen aspect. And the moon can also have quite a fallen influence as well. And that has to do with, okay, so the first half of earthly existence is ruled by Mars. The second half of earthly existence is ruled by Mercury. Okay, so technically Mars and Mercury are not in the 7 planetary chain that makes up our world, that makes up the evolution of worlds. The first half of the earthly period is ruled by Mars, by individuation, by materialization, right? The second half is Mercury. So they're not technically a planet in a chain, but they overlap with our planet in a very significant way. And so no, Venus is definitely the higher self of the Earth. So it has that exalted station, but there's still waves of angels from Venus that fell, right? Just like, in my opinion, there was also that aspect of Mars that fell, that had a Luciferian impulse behind it. But Venus is not a negative planet. Mars is not a negative planet. Moon is not a negative sphere. It's just the Earth and humanity's relation to it. In our period, there were some fallen essences that came through that realm, not in a spaceship from Venus, right? But through the realm, okay? Okay, Cloud Walker. Okay, thank you for the wonderful lectures. I have learned a great deal from you. My question is, what is the most important level from the angelic hierarchy to human development, and why? I think that the hierarchies each have their own important influence, and they all work in tandem. Every higher angelic being essentially pours its essence down to the hierarchy below it until eventually humanity receives it. And when we process and do good deeds and are in service and we are loving, that reverberates back up as well. So we're really in a system with the angelic hierarchies. Now, I don't think that there is a most important level just because it's all in a chain or tandem. But typically, like, it's very difficult for us to like imagine the seraphim or the thrones, the principalities, the cherubim, these really high angels. We can't even they're bigger than the solar system. They're at the very formation of the solar system, of like the zodiac, of like the universe, so it's really difficult to even like comprehend what that is. So typically, in regards to just talking about the spiritual hierarchies, we typically talk about angels. And remember, everybody has a personal angel, which would be called like spirit guide, your spirit guide. It would be considered to be like your higher guardian angel. Everybody has one. And then you also have above them the archangels. And the archangels are typically the most talked about. They're talked about in the Bible. In the Jewish tradition, they go into all stories about the different archangels and like battles in heaven that have occurred, which is, again, battles in heaven is not really battles in space. It's battles in the astral plane and the higher realms. Eventually, those battles will come down and make their way into the physical world in their own manifestation. But when they talk about like battles in heaven, this is battles in the higher planes. And yes, eventually things get cast down or they repeat in the planes below it, if that makes sense. That's my understanding. Okay, this is from Hannah Banana 000. I'm wondering how you think aliens are going to exist in our lives from this movement on. Maybe you could help explain the internal battle between believing they are good or evil. So I have to say that I'm not sure how things will be perceived moving forward. I wanted to do this lecture to kind of summarize a lot of my earlier work, Mars Mysteries. And I want to remind people that when I first woke up, I believed that I was being contacted by aliens. And for the first 10 years or more of my own spiritual journey, I was in the alien god ideology. I believed that human beings were hybridized by alien gods. I believed that there were these like alien beings that were basically separate from the angelic kingdom. And I basically had all of the beliefs about aliens in the New Age because of certain visions I'd actually had about Atlantis that I didn't understand. And so I'm not sitting here talking to you as though I haven't been there. I'm sitting here talking to you as probably someone who believed in these things more than you. And only from the other side, and of course, this is all my opinion. This is my research, my experience, my opinion. That's all anyone can ever give you. But through my own research later on, eventually all of the alien stuff didn't work anymore. So when I really started to ask the big questions about human initiation, like how do you really evolve your astral body? You know, what is a master? When I really started to go deeply and ask these questions and go deeper and deeper, the alien channeled material didn't work for me personally. So I started going back, and luckily I had people in my life to introduce me to material that was much better. And so I started to realize that all of this stuff had already been talked about thousands of years ago. And here we are thinking that we're reinventing the wheel, calling angels aliens and demons aliens and all about technology. And here this has already been in existence, and we're just not learning about our heritage. We're just not learning about our classical esoteric traditions that have formed the society and the people that we are. We're caught up in novelty and, all this kind of stuff. So all I can say about it is that I understand this. I understand believing in it. I understand getting messages from these things because I got them. And I've also been on the other side, and that's where I'm speaking to you today from. I'm not speaking to you today as a Bible thumper because I talk about Christ. I actually adhere to the anthroposophical system. Okay, so, this is something that I lived. And that is what allowed me to really begin to see it for eventually what it was. So you're asking me, how do I think this is going to move on as a movement? And I don't know. All I know is that every single time I log on to Twitter or social media, I see Nephilim trending and aliens and NHI, and I see this, when I turn on the television, it's anything to do with spirituality is now basically this alien stuff, and it's becoming more and more and more, and more young people are being drawn into it, and it's becoming more of a political fixture. And you can't help but feel as though you're watching a train crash every day in slow motion. Indoctrination is real, and it's when people begin to use like the Sitchen work or the Von Daniken work or the alien god ideology as their cosmology, it's very difficult to get that away from people because you have to humble yourself and be like, oh, I think I misread this, or I think, you have to create a new worldview. You have to admit you're wrong. And so there's so many people that are just on this propaganda wagon that are being paid, that are being, they probably believe it. It's really hard to change your tune midstream. So I don't know what will happen, but what I do know for a fact is if we can have real conversations about the spiritual hierarchies, what they are, that the cosmos is a spiritual system of initiation first and foremost, that you are a spiritual being that is evolving in a solar system school, all these things. I know that if you have that information and if we can talk about that, I know that there's something out there. And that is important to me. That is just out there, and people can decide what they want to believe or to not believe. Okay. the thing about aliens eventually being malevolent or benevolent or being good or evil is literally just the same conversation about, is this an angel or a demon that is influencing me? It's the same conversation. It's just now we're using aliens for it, you know. Okay, so this is from Red Snell. Do the Elohim truly look like the Baphomet depicted in pictures? I'm so conflicted as a gifted seer healer and loving woman who works with them and told me they were God. What is the truth about the Elohim? So the Elohim are, Elohim is just another word for angel, but the context that most people associate with Elohim is in the context of creation. So you're probably going to come across the alien god ideology because that is, again, the most dominant, aggressive ideology out there today, and it's only getting worse. So usually everything about angels is like a weird inversion. It's like a fallen angel. It's like a fallen angel narrative. And so the Elohim are essentially very high angelic beings that are actually above Archai. So in a sense, they're actually kind of even beyond our perception. But during the creation process of humanity, they sort of poured their essence into, you know, archangels, like solar archangels or higher beings. And that was, they became sort of the template for the human being and really, in a sense, the planet as well. So they're very high, like archetypal angelic beings. They're not a flesh and blood creature. They're not an alien, right? So I've never ever seen the Elohim associated with Baphomet. Baphomet is like a Capricornian god, usually sometimes can be associated with Satanism, and can be similar to Pan. Baphomet doesn't have anything to do with some of the highest angels in the spiritual hierarchy, obviously. But I'm pretty sure people that are, you know, possessed with lower impulses would probably want you to think that every genuinely spiritual being is really demonic and every demonic being is spiritual. That's what we're up against, you know? So I'm not sure who you're being contacted by, but the Elohim do not present as a Baphomet. There are fallen angels, as we mentioned earlier, who would be associated with satanic streams and Satanism and the darkest things you can imagine. But they're not the Elohim. They're not called the Elohim. And again, this leads to a lot of the propaganda that's come through the alien god ideology that tries to say that the human race was like created in a lab with genetic modification and stuff like that. When in reality, as I've mentioned so many different times before, that's something separate that happens in the dark age when fallen angels try to enter into the life wave through mating with women or like different genetic modification stuff, because these darker essences can enter into human forms and do their bidding. And so I think we're just, again, this is why the teaching of the spiritual hierarchies is so important. On a beginner level with angels, Manly P. Hall did a pretty good book on angels. I think it's just called Angels. And so if you're at an entry level, I think that's a very good start. Rudolf Steiner's Genesis is a very good study of the Elohim. So if you want to know what the Elohim are and the creation process is in regards to the angels, then I really highly recommend grabbing Rudolf Steiner's Genesis. He goes into the whole process there, including the Hebrew words, what they mean. He goes into the hierarchies of angels. For spiritual hierarchies, you want to get literally Rudolf Steiner's spiritual hierarchies. Other traditions will talk about it, but those are my favorite resources for that. Yeah. Lucid Cipher. Can you go into the difference or similarity between the Nephilim and the Anunnaki? I get them mixed up together as the same thing. Yeah, because we've essentially been infused with a couple decades of Zachariah Sitchen's work. And Zachariah Sitchen is the individual who basically popularized the word Anunnaki. But there's fundamentally problems with Zachariah Sitchen. There have been many different Sumerian scholars that do not agree with his translations. You know, Michael Heiser's quote, who actually was also a Sumerian scholar, his quote about Zachariah Sitchen is that Zachariah Sitchen didn't mistranslate the Sumerian tablets. Zachariah Sitchen fabricated his books. And so at the very foundation of Zachariah Sitchen's work, you have a massive amount of people who don't agree with his interpretation of the Sumerian tablets. And so that's a problem, right? And it's a problem because that teaching about the Anunnaki and the Sitchen work has already permeated pretty much every person in ufology and the New Age, and they use it as part of their operating system. It's part of the vocabulary. Some of the most like big accounts, big people will be referencing like Anunnaki and the alien god ideology as though it's like the most edgy stuff, you know, and it's strange to see it. So first of all, I just want to say that it's not clear that any of that material is even usable, in my opinion. And that is not through my expert analysis, but people who are qualified to read Sumerian just like him, you know. Well, actually, he didn't even have a degree in language. Zachariah Sitchen's only degree was in accounting, right? He didn't have a degree in ancient language, and he had a speaking level of Hebrew. So a lot of holes in that story, and not something that I would hang my hat on personally. It's probably likely with Zachariah that he was probably part of like a secret society that obviously wanted to get this out there, and just use the Sumerian tablets as a way to create some kind of legitimacy. Again, I think we have to be on the lookout for tablets or documents suddenly being discovered that, you know, make Daniken and Sitchen legitimate and things like that. I think we have to be careful of that in the future. But ultimately, we're now stuck with this word Anunnaki to describe our creators, which are aliens. And the Anunnaki is basically the same story as the Nephilim. Like if you hear people who adhere to the alien god ideology, the Nephilim and the Anunnaki are like synonymous. And the Nephilim is basically the biblical version of it. And then the Sitchen work is basically, remember, the Sitchen work is basically an attempt to reinvigorate the Babylonian religion to humanity. It's bringing the Babylonian myth and bringing it to the forefront. It's talking obsessively about the saga of the Babylonian gods. It's getting people to enter into the Babylonian stream that they believe is a purer stream that we have to kind of return to, right? And this is also, again, a neo-Nazi ideology that says we need to return to the old gods. We need to return to this old stream that's more pure. Not understanding that every single epoch, there's a renewal of everything. And that purification happens every day, depending on where your heart and mind is. When you go back in time, you're not going back to a more pure moment, a more pure human. You're just going back to a certain condition of consciousness and a certain level of development for humanity that contains purities and impurities to the exact same degree that this moment does. So it's a different condition of consciousness, and a slightly different condition of the earth as well. So essentially, this is what we have to remember. The fallen angels, they are essentially now behind in development because they're fallen, okay? They seek more than anything to take a material form. So they want to possess people. They want to enter into bodies, human bodies, okay? So in earlier periods, they would do this through essentially trying to, in very early periods, when we were quasi-physical, mate with humans, either through proxies. There's a whole aspect in the feminine mysteries about having certain women actually unite with demonic entities and basically having a Rosemary's baby. So this is one aspect of sort of the fallen Lemuria stuff and dark sexual magic, where women would actually do ceremonies to join with these fallen angels and demons to try to have like basically a demon child. And if you're looking at periods of humanity that were less dense in early Atlantis or Lemuria, you're looking at an offspring that could really be very different than in our hardened period now. So there's lots of different ways in which the Nephilim thing could have happened that we can examine. But in Sitchen's work, you see the same thing. It is a fallen angel that's trying to enter into the bloodline of humanity. The Anunnaki are not space gods. They're fallen. They're basically fallen angels. You could even probably say probably Atlanteans that are trying to enter into the human life wave because they're fallen and have no more access to the evolutionary impulse, therefore. So that's what fallen angels do. That's what this is about. They need forms, you guys. If you understand this, you can go back and you can look at the story of the Nephilim and these women having these weird babies and stuff. And then you can look at the Anunnaki who are trying to get into the life wave through like genetic manipulation in Atlantis. But that's not how human beings were like created, like in a lab somewhere. Right? Like this is where it goes too far. Sure, we can talk about genetic manipulation in Atlantis. It's not even my concept. It's Edgar Cayce's. It's many different psychics before me, Blavatsky, Steiner. So many people have talked about this in their own way. You know, we know that. We know that this trying to get into the life wave of demonic entities has been a problem for thousands of years. We're just looking at different stories and tales that tell us that exact thing. But now we have to add in the reality that these things are also in the inner earth. There's also this breakaway society that we have to deal with in the inner earth that's trying to break back in, as Dark Journalist has pointed out on his series many different times. Okay, so there's that breakaway civilization that's trying to break back in. Okay, that's what he's talking about as well. So we mix up the Nephilim and the Anunnaki because they're essentially portraying the same thing, except for I think Zachariah Sitchen is trying to bring forward that Nazi esoteric origin story about being created by aliens and propagandize that, because that space god religion is so important to that secret society. And of course, again, they want to be space gods. They want to go out and colonize all these planets and be transhumanists because that's literally what they feel like their ancestors were. That's like their destiny. They don't believe that they don't believe that the human being can spiritualize into a higher form through its own love of God and humanity, that the earth is spiritualizing out of matter. Like they want to exist perpetually in the material plane through colonizing different planets in the material plane and transhumanism. Like that is the ideology, you guys. Okay, so this one is from Soul Man. I'm thinking this Tower of Babel moment and defamation of esoterica, as you say, are similar to the original Tower of Babel event during the fall. Now that we are on the way up during the beginning of the age of Aquarius, and we pass through the same cosmic area, we come down through the confusing semantics is happening, and we pass through the same cosmic area we come down through. Okay, the confusing of semantics is happening on the way back up as it happened on the way down. Exactly. So you're bringing out a very important esoteric law, which is what we call the law of recapitulation. So really, technically, there's nothing new, as I was trying to say in the beginning of this lecture. Like, it's really not new. What we see are recapitulations of topics, ideologies, events, mindsets that have already been cycling through humanity for thousands and thousands of years in a slightly different way. And we are experiencing another Tower of Babel moment as we kind of pass down from it. And then on the Aquarian age, we rise up, as you're saying, Soul Man, and we pass it again. But this is our challenge to clarify the language. And as I was saying earlier, how we clarify the language is simply by just teaching the whole teaching. You know, it's okay if we want to go over, you know, spiritual teachings that are classical, say in the Western tradition in Christianity or in Hinduism or Buddhism. If we want to go in there and find the pure root of the word, that's great. I think the people that can do that are incredibly talented. But we can't lose through that effort to try to neutralize any superstition around religion. We can't lose the crux of the thing. We can't lose the teaching. And the issue is, again, that most of these spiritual teachings, we don't learn intellectually, we remember them, or we sort of download them in a way, or we come to know them. They come upon us, right? That's really how we spiritually evolve and how we know things. So even sometimes I think the Tower of Babel experience is us trying to just intellectually exist, not really ever spiritually checking in and operating from that spiritual place. It's just too much mind energy. So yeah, the Tower of Babel moment is real. The language is confused. There's like, you know, I keep going on about it because I teach this full time all the time. And probably a good quarter to a third of the questions that I receive are language questions, which means that a student is coming to me and wanting to know the difference between a bioenergetic field, an astral body, an etheric body, an aura, and they don't know the difference between all of these things and three other words that have been made up by a certain teacher or someone as they see fit. And so there's 10 different words for literally probably one or two. And as a teacher, it's very confronting because you spend so much time just trying to create a coherence in the language so the student can operate and think straight, right? And so when a quarter, a third of the questions that I receive are language and semantics questions, it's something that is concerning. And a lot of it is, I think is actually driven by ego and novelty and people wanting to rediscover something in their own image and say, I've discovered this spiritual concept. It's like, no, people just haven't talked about it for the last 50 years. It hasn't been popular, but yeah, they talked about it. Actually, you know, Manly P. Hall talked about it, or Steiner talked about it, or Blavatsky talked about it, or Dion Fortune talked about it, or the Vedas talked about it in more detail than we could ever imagine, kind of thing. So the whole point is that, first of all, we have to understand that a whole lot of stuff is profaned right now. It's fragments, it's pieces, it's upside down, it's inverted, but that it's okay. It's okay if we just decide to study the occult science, if we decide to study spiritual science and understand there is an objective structure there, yes, there is a spiritual hierarchies that involves cosmic beings, absolutely. What is it exactly? How does humanity fit into it? How does the earth fit into it exactly? You'll find if you ask those questions, it's already been covered for thousands of years in many different ways. And that is the deeper part of this lecture, and that's what I hope that people can come to do, just as I have done. It doesn't take a great talent. It's just, you just have to learn it. You'll get visions, you'll get intuitions on it too, but it's already there. It's already out there, and it's also already in here. It's just taking the time, and it's just doing the spiritual meditation work and development to be able to evolve it within you. Okay. This is from Michael Tessier. Is it possible that some human beings actually descend from the angelic realm to guide others, or simply have an open, functional connection to the angelic realms? I remember, I'm a millennial, so I remember in spirituality, there was a teacher called Doreen Virtue. And when I was younger, I would read all of Doreen Virtue's work. And she had this whole thing that, if you had this personality trait, you were an angel incarnate. If you had these personality traits, you're a fairy incarnate. If you had another personality trait, you were like something else. And so there's been these different teachings that I think are well-meaning. I don't think that different spiritual teachers who maybe mistaught the hierarchies, I don't think they meant to do that on purpose. I also don't think the vast majority of people who propagate the alien God ideology do that on purpose. I don't think that. I think that we end up sort of sharing information that's kind of half-baked, thinking that it's true. And that's why every single person has to essentially make their own decisions and never have an outside authority be like the guru. You always have to discern the information and work from within your own inner guru. You never want to put that power outside of you, no matter how wonderful you think somebody is. You're always going to be the best person to essentially get information, right? Because your inner self is always speaking to you. So ultimately, there's been a lot of different things that have been taught, especially in the New Age, about like some people being incarnated angels. Now, in classical esoterica, there's whole teachings. Like you could teach, this is the thing, okay? Like I'm sitting here on an afternoon probably describing something that is literally a university level course. The spiritual hierarchies, for sure, is a university level course that you could take. That's how intense the information is, right? The same thing with incarnation. This is also probably a university level course that maybe will exist in 100 years or something. But these are incredibly complex topics that can't really be boiled down into simple statements. So much goes into a soul incarnating, right? But ultimately, what tends to, one way to look at it is that, okay, we'll go in this way because I haven't really talked about this point much in at all. Some individuals technically individuated and went through certain human processes earlier than others. And then they join humanity essentially all at once when life waves meet and combine. So you have souls that basically have different levels of initiation that eventually, especially on Earth, they all become part of the same stream, but they're functioning at different capacities due to essentially that soul individuating earlier than another soul. And so these are usually considered advanced people, and that can be considered to be like you're an angel incarnate. But it's really that the person sort of individuated and took on human development a little bit earlier than technically other people did within the earthly or the solar system school. That is important because every planetary sphere is a mix of souls that are a little bit ahead, right? And then some souls that are technically a little bit behind, because we help each other. We're mirrors for each other. So that's actually a very intelligent way to create the contrast of evolution that's needed. There's also going to be some souls that we would see as like masters, right? That are much more ahead. And these souls, these individuals like Jesus, like Buddha, Gautama Buddha, Krishna, these great masters, these saints, really, they are advanced, and the more advanced you are, the more of the burden of humanity you take on. So how you can tell if a soul is advanced is not by like how much wealth they've hoarded, or like if they're like a genetic match to this like group or whatever. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's literally the most spiritually advanced people will take on the burden of humanity. They'll sacrifice themselves for humanity. That is the mark of a master. That's the whole point of life, is to serve. And that's how you know when someone is genuinely advanced. And that's what every single king or queen was originally modeled after, these great individuals. And we see a complete inversion of that in our materialistic society. But there are technically different levels of souls. And they're all human, right? They're all human, but they have different levels of initiation that they've achieved. The higher the initiation, the fewer number of souls on the planet with that level, right? So that's sort of how it goes. And when we learn the process of human initiation, which is basically, I can't get into that tonight. I really don't have time, but there's a process of human initiation that goes a certain way. And when you learn it, you can see the personalities and the way people act when they're an advanced initiate. And it's not greedy, it's not hateful, it's that they actually become very selfless. They're not connected to the material world. They don't really care about it. And they're driven by like a different impulse. And that's why people will sense like, and also they'll have like an archangel standing in their aura. They'll have an angel standing in their aura. Remember, the bodhisattvas and these higher initiates, they're united with these higher beings, and these higher beings work through them, right? That's the original idea of the Oracle of Delphi. The Oracle of Apollo, that's the solar angel that speaks through Pythia, right? So yes, it's about attunement in that case as well. Okay. Freya. I've heard people talk about Archangel Megatron. What is your perception? Is there such a being? Is he an archangel? Has he been referenced in earlier teachings? I've never heard of Megatron. Megatron. Is that a transformer? I've never heard of, you've stumped me on that one. I've never heard of Megatron. I'm not sure. John, do you believe demon possessions are really like it says in the Bible? Yeah, I do. The Bible is not the only holy book to talk about demonic possession and lower beings and the struggle between humanity and these kind of darker streams that want to confuse us and take over. It's sort of been a saga that we've been dealing with on this planet for a very long time. And I do think that we live in a world of light and darkness. And we are vehicles for the light, for Christ, for God. Or if we fall too low in our being, in our mind, we can become vessels for demonic entities. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that walk the planet and physically they don't look any different than a human being. They could actually be very beautiful, very handsome, right? They could be very powerful. You could envy their material life, but there could actually be very little of a person's soul in there, and they're really taken over by demonic entities. They're taken over by beings from the subnatural world. Possession and it is very real. And it begins by intrusive thoughts coming in your mind. And sort of these entities that try to influence you psychologically. And eventually, if you don't understand what's going on, if you don't live a spiritual life of contemplation and inner work, you can become overtaken. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are overtaken. They have no idea. They have no idea that like these dark thoughts that they're thinking are not their own. They think they're like a weirdo or something, or that they're dark, or they don't know why they want to hurt themselves. You have an attachment, right? But people become so disgusted with religion and spirituality because of the dogmatic aspect of it, that they don't pay attention to the gems there. And that I think there's a lot of good information that can come from the Christian exorcists. Actually, it's fascinating some of the things that they have written about and said, but they did exorcisms in Egypt. You know, they do exorcisms still to this day in India. So it's part of pretty much every tradition. Yep. Spirit owl. When an angel falls, why do they go into the inner earth? Why don't they regress into the previous level? For example, why does the 9th angel not fall into the human form to become the 10th angel? Why straight into the inner earth where they begin to decay? For an angel or an archangel to enter into the human form, they have to provide a sacrifice. So I talk about this in my creation series. In the final 3 videos, I talk about Venus, the angels from Venus, and the reality that like how human beings got the faculty of mind is technically through the sacrifice of the angels from Venus. They had to sacrifice actually their very being to become the substrate of the human mind. So actually to unite with a human being is a great honor. The human being has been built up into this perfect form that we have now, to the point that halfway through earthly development, which in anthroposophy is called the turning point in time, the human form was as a form so perfect that it could hold the highest solar entity, the Christ. Think about that. The human form. Now granted, it was the highest possible initiate on the planet, but the form itself was so perfect, our human form, that somebody could actually receive the Christ, the highest solar spirit into their being. That is incredible, and that speaks to the power of the earth. The earth being the sort of consolidation planet, and this planet where all of the work of the spiritual hierarchies condenses into one form. And so the angels, like the fallen angels that fell from Venus, the hordes that followed Lucifer. Lucifer himself is not an advanced being. Maybe he was in Lemuria. Maybe he was beautiful and perfect and advanced in Lemuria. I'm sure he was, and he was. But when you fall, you begin a period of destruction because you turned your back on God. And therefore, you've turned your back on yourself and you begin to eat yourself alive on the inside. And so the reason why angels fall isn't because like there's a battle between Michael and they're having their swords out, you know, and Lucifer just lost the battle because he, you know, it's the fact that Lucifer became selfish and he could not learn to love. He had a bunch of wisdom, a bunch of knowledge, but he had a selfish streak. The other angels from Venus, they understood love. And by the Atlantean period, those angels evolved to be Mercury. They were the angels from Mercury. So the angels from Venus that were there in the Lemurian period turned into the angels of Mercury in the Atlantean period because they graduated. Other angels did not graduate and they fell, not because they lost some superficial battle. Anytime there's a battle in heaven, it's because certain angels in the spiritual hierarchy, they're caught in a lower impulse that's in the cosmos. And they're starting to embody it. And it begins to turn them against God. They begin to take on these lower qualities. And so they fall because it's like they can't take the human form because the human form is exalted, right? And in order for an angel to take the human form, they have to sacrifice. And in order for human beings to become an angel, you have to also sacrifice yourself. You have to live in a way where you are selfless. You have to live a life of service, which is a life of sacrifice, and that's how you gain your wings. So they don't observe that principle. So they cannot enter into a form. So they're sort of these kind of, they're out of the life wave entirely. And they go into basically this dark corridor, which is not just the earth, it's the earth, but it's also moon, black sun, and Saturn. And they slowly get pulled back because of their own ideology that goes against God, their own failure, right? That's the same thing as with us. It's our own failure. Yeah. All right. Okay. Why are the fallen beings from Lemurian times still here? Are they aspects of our shadow still? Okay, so I think this is about the reptilian comment and how Blavatsky had spoken about the reptilian beings in Lemuria. She called them the dragon people. It's very obscure, I know, but when I read it, and other people have connected her to it as well. And also Rudolf Steiner talked about the prior etheric double being serpentine like Lucifer. So time passes, I think, very fast for us here in the 3D plane. It's like, you know, we think a whole lifetime is a lot. But in spiritual time, it's not the same thing. So how I understand the beings that are fallen in the astral realm or like in the lower astral realm is that they're kind of trapped there until essentially the stream splits. So eventually, as I've mentioned in Electric Apocalypse, my last lecture in the series, the planet is actually slowly dematerializing right now. So the human form is slowly dematerializing, and the planet is actually slowly dematerializing. It has been since Atlantis, really. And so when that happens, what you get is you basically get the earth slowly rising, which is what the ascension teachings are trying to get at in the new age. But then you get this other part that is falling. Now, in anthroposophy, this is called the eighth sphere, right? It's sort of like this cauldron of lower forces. So you kind of get this natural separation. So they're kind of bound into that space that's the inner, it's like the earth and the inner earth, but it can go all the way to the moon, really. That's why they can also weirdly be called like spirits of the air. It's sort of this weird space. And so that is essentially, that's essentially the time. It's not forever, but in the Lemurian epoch, you have the materialization of the earth. So the earth finally becomes quasi-physical, and then it starts materializing really, 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 really fast. That's where we get the ejection of the moon to stabilize the earth. And then the earth begins to reach it begins to ascend when the Atlantean epoch, around that time, the earth begins to slowly ascend. And so all those beings in the astral plane, in the lower astral plane that are kind of trapped there, as soon as the earth begins to dematerialize, they sort of get caught up in the eighth sphere. That's how I understand it, is as the earth begins to completely ascend into what in the anthroposophical system is associated as New Jupiter, right? All those other beings are kind of caught up in like what would be called the eighth sphere. That's how I understand it. So they're sort of trapped there until certain planetary conditions are achieved. I've heard other things though, like certain entities can be locked in there for certain times and then released. So there may be aspects to that I don't know or understand. And like there's also these strange tales of like really bad black magicians or dark entities being bound to certain areas for certain times. There's a lot of really crazy stuff, you know, going back and reading it. But ultimately, there's a change in the planet itself where you begin that ascension arc. And eventually, the planet and humanity, as we spiritualize, they can't even get at us anymore. And so they have to go through their own process of second death for the worst of it all, or some other process depending on the nature of their soul at that point. Okay. What are you guys saying? We're almost at 4 hours. What do you We're having a great time. I'm going to leave it up to you guys if you want to finish it now, or you'll leave that up to Wolf. I don't mind. I'm doing what I love. So okay, there's a correction here. Megatron was a typo. Oh, Metatron. Okay. All right. So Metatron, I haven't really heard much about either. Metatron. I know that there's so I know that there's like a bunch of so according to like the New Age, there's like hundreds of different ascended masters. And I don't agree with that. I think that some of the more New Agey teachings sort of have this almost like this pantheon of a mixture of like angels and spiritual masters, and they're not really delineated. And I find that strange, and I can't say that I know a whole lot about that. I don't know a whole lot about like Metatron or some of the other ones. I only know them through that kind of New Age pantheon, because I don't think that Metatron is one of the archangels. Typically, the angels tend to end in EL, like Gabriel, Michael, Raphael, Azael, Samael. Those are typically like the planetary regents that are archangels. And then there's sort of, like I said, a pantheon of like what would be considered saints or ascended masters. And those are sort of mixed in with beings that are angels. And I'm not too familiar with that because as a rule of thumb, I don't usually start with any New Age teachings. Like if it's going to be in my life, having come from the New Age, I don't ever start with a New Age teaching. I always like to start with the classical spiritual science. So I'll look into Steiner, Manly P. Hall, Dion Fortune, different theosophical authors. I'll look into the Eastern mysteries. I always start with the classical teaching on the thing. And then from there, I may look into some modern work, maybe channeled, or look into it. And that's how I tend to work. I don't start with the New Age, or anything like that. I always start with the classical systems. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I did that one. Just, okay. Anastar. My question is about the angels and master guides that I work with. I am sure that they are archangels and ascended masters, etc. Yet how do I have proof that that's who, oh, the wind. How do I have proof that that's who I am working with? Because I don't want to work with things within the 8th sphere. Okay, so this is a discernment question. So if you are a psychic, if you're a medium, what ends up happening is that you're going to get messages from your spirit guides. You're going to get messages, you're going to get images, feelings, and that's just part of who you are. And you have to learn discernment. So unfortunately, the only way that we learn to discern whether the information that we get is good or bad is through experience and even making mistakes. So what I like to do, and I often will advise this, is that anytime you get information, you just kind of have to write it down, but you don't have to believe it, right? So if you're working as a psychic, you get a message, you're not really sure where it comes from, you have that little bit of doubt in your mind, write the information down, let it go. You absolutely do not have to become worshipful of any beings that come around you, whatever it is, because the information that you get is actually alive, it's living. And so what you do is you just write it down and you air it out, you let it air. And if the information is true and it is good, it will reemerge often, and it will reveal more of its nature to you, right? And you ask questions, right? You can ask questions. What about this? What about that? You feel how your body feels when you're receiving the information. If you're in a state of mania or depression, or you're in a lowered state, that's a red flag, right? You also have to live a pure life. Now, some people don't like it when I say this, but you have to live a life of meditation. You have to have a healthy diet. You have to be healthy, because if you're living a life where you're not taking care of yourself, where you are not having a strong meditation practice, where you're getting the feel of your own mind, you're getting the feel of your own self, it's going to be hard for you to discern anything. So being a good mystic is really about how you live your life. I always come back to this because it's really true. And when you take care of yourself, you're meditative, all of that, then you can attune yourself to genuinely higher forces. And the more in service you are is a big one as well. So the more service oriented you are, the saintly realm and higher beings will line up to work with you. The more selfish you are, the more that you like want to do things for fame or money, you're pretty much going to attract the lowest entities you possibly can. There's all these different rules like that. There's different ways of essentially how you operate, how you live your life that determine the kind of spiritual forces that you open yourself to. And by the way, this isn't just a psychic thing. It's not just a medium thing. You know, if you are just a normal person, you're just as vulnerable to forces as a psychic is, except the psychic is just aware of it. Okay. So everybody is influenced by angelic forces and demonic forces all the time. They're always around us. You know, in anthroposophy, it's Luciferian forces and Harmonic forces and angelic forces. But it doesn't matter if you're psychic or not, you're still being bombarded with these beings that that are trying to work through you, right? So you may as well be conscious of it and develop spiritually so that you can actually be aware of it and control it. I like to say that because some people are like, oh, I'm just never gonna be psychic or whatever. And it's like, well, no, it's actually just a natural way that we are. Okay. So, so that's how it works. And you know what? You can expect to be wrong sometimes. Expect to be connecting sometimes with some things dark and to brush it off. Expect to get bad information. You know, one of the worst things I think can happen is that people just think that they can do no wrong, that every single thing that comes their way is pure and good and they can never be lied to. And that's when you know that you're at the highest risk of being fooled. So I think even you asking this question is good. So ultimately, it just takes time. And it takes time and attunement. And yeah, I'm going to be teaching more and more on intuition development as well in this new year. So I'll probably go more into the specifics of this then. Okay. Okay. So this will probably be the last question because I think 4 hours is probably, it's probably leaning on people's patience and all that. So, all right. This question is from Anne. So, hi Gigi. As a new listener, interested in learning about the sort of theosophy you teach, what texts would you recommend that I read? Okay, so as I've mentioned before, any spiritual teacher that you see on YouTube, on social media, who's writing books, everyone uses a system. So everybody is connecting to some kind of system in the astral plane, some kind of network that's giving them information. They're using some kind of system within their own mind. So there's no psychic that isn't using a system. Either they're aware of what that system is and actively learning it, as in spiritual science, you're objectively learning that system, or you're just kind of having, you know, entities just speak through you, but you have no idea what the actual objective system they're using or teaching is about. So basically, every single spiritual teacher is teaching from a system, whether they realize it or not. And so from my standpoint, you may as well learn a system and be honest about it. And then your students can also pull from that system, whatever system they operate with. But we're all ideally studying the classics. We're all learning spiritual science is what I would say. So I actually would not consider myself a theosophist. I would consider myself an anthroposophist. I would consider myself rooting more in the Steiner work and the Steiner system. I'm much more into the Western esoteric system than the Eastern. So if people want to dive into the kind of work that I like to read and the place that I work from, that's the Steiner material. It's called anthroposophy. a good place to start is How to Know Higher Worlds. There can be some also occult science, How to Know Higher Worlds. I love Cosmic Memory by Rudolf Steiner, who spoke about like Lemuria and Atlantis and the cosmos, things like that. So that's a system that I work with, but I want to be really clear here about anthroposophy, but also theosophy and these different systems, okay? So Rudolf Steiner was a visionary and he innovated a lot of material. That's clear. He was a very advanced initiate. So other teachers have been in the past as well. But he wasn't just creating anthroposophy from like his mind. Like Rudolf Steiner didn't just, sit there and like channel the anthroposophical teachings. That was the continuation of spiritual science that was held in the mystery schools through the Rosicrucian arc, through different. It's the spiritual science, the occult science of basically mystery schools through the ages that Rudolf Steiner learned, and then also reached a level of advancement to the point that he could innovate and become a visionary and teach. So sometimes people who are not aware of spirituality, they think that like Blavatsky was like sitting there like just channeling all this information like from her mind, making it up, or that Rudolf Steiner was, or that like Manly P. Hall was. No, how it used to work back in the 1800s, early 1900s, even before then, is spirituality was considered a classical study that you could learn, right? There was a part of it that was academic in nature. Part of it was where you would have to learn the laws of the cosmos, right? How the planet is created and how it dissolves again. The evolution, or not like traditional evolution, but the genuine anthropogenesis of the human being. There were core teachings that people who were mystics understood to study. And then if you got good enough in understanding the basic spiritual science, you could maybe rise to become a teacher, and you could innovate on those topics. And you could see if your innovations became popular and if you could make a go of it. So what I'm trying to convey here is that genuine learning, and this is kind of bringing it back to the beginning of our talk today, genuine spiritual study, genuine spiritual development requires an academic element where you study spiritual science. It requires that. You have to objectively know the spiritual laws and the spiritual reality of different realms in the cosmos, all of that. So, in modern times, people don't have respect for that anymore. People don't see spirituality that way anymore. So there's this idea, and really a return to like an old Lemurian way of being, where it's about people just channeling things with no understanding of spiritual science or how they're even doing what they're doing. That's not appropriate. We have to objectively understand occult science. That's what's required of us in our epoch. So that said, that's what theosophy originally was. Now, why I don't fully ascribe to the theosophical system is because theosophy did very well in translating the Eastern tradition into a Western form. And I think that was ultimately her purpose. Blavatsky's purpose was to really reinvigorate the culture with a lot of doctrines that were lost in dogmatic Christianity, but that were objectively real and true, but that had been retained in the Eastern traditions of India and Tibet, essentially, because Blavatsky went to Tibet and saw those libraries and saw the ancient libraries in India, right? So part of her in theosophy is really making the original Eastern teachings that dominated the first half of our civilization, of the post-Atlantean epoch, making it digestible and available for the West, because the West had become so entrenched in materialism that like we were losing our spirituality. So we needed that influx to come back. And so Theosophy achieved that. Most people in the New Age today are literally just teaching Theosophy, not even realizing that that's where they get the word ascension and ascended master and yoga and all of that. It comes from Theosophy and that impulse that came into the West through Blavatsky, through Besant, and then eventually later on. But nobody really was like Blavatsky after her. But unfortunately, in my opinion, Theosophy never really understood the idea of Christ and placed Lucifer ultimately at the same level as Jesus and Christ. It had like a more Gnostic, which actually led to people misusing Theosophy. Theosophy got kind of connected to different things. And in my opinion, that was because it never really was able to get around the Christ impulse. And that's where anthroposophy comes in. That's why Steiner separated from the Theosophical movement. That's in his own writing. And so Rudolf Steiner breaks away from Theosophy because Theosophy, in his opinion, was not understanding the Christ impulse, which was the task and is the task of humanity today, to esoterically understand Christ and what that is, who he is, what he did. That's something that we need to understand, just as when Buddha came, we needed to understand the sacrifice that the Buddha did. So that is the difference really between anthroposophy and Theosophy. A lot of this, it's that anthroposophy really understands Christ, it really nails that aspect and is very good in that. So that's why I choose that, is because that is the central arc in my life is Christ. And so that's where I find the most inspiration. And also I have personal experiences with that stream, the anthroposophical stream, that are, part of my own soul. And so that's all I can do is teach from there. That's it. So that's where those are the texts that I would recommend. And a good place to start again is How to Know Higher Worlds, Occult Science. And I like Cosmic Memory. The Rudolf Steiner Archive is free. You can literally go to the Steiner Archive and type in a topic and you will find so many different lectures on it. And there's also a lovely individual who has actually recorded for free a lot of the lectures to listen to so if like you're on your walk or whatever. So, all right, guys, it's been a long day. Let's wrap it up. I see there are some super chatters out there. Thank you so much for supporting my work. It is because of you that I can be here and have the time to do that. So thank you so much for all of your support. Thank you. Eurythmy is fun. Andrew Stavrakes, YouTube user 427, Voyager, Bobo the Clown, and Doyle Wayne. Thank you guys so much for supporting me. And also, I want to give a huge round of applause and a big thank you to Leighton, who is out there moderating the chat today and is such a big help in there. Go and click on her user profile. Check out her videos. Leighton is amazing. She talks about anthroposophy as well, the nervous system, spirituality, psychic development, everything. So check out Leighton's work as well. Big thanks to Wolf. And you guys, I had a blast with you today. Oh, sign up for my mailing list so that if I do another lecture, you guys can join in and know that it's happening. Sometimes YouTube does not send the notifications. Also, if you like this, I do go live on my private platform about every 2 weeks for about this time, where I just take your question. So if your question didn't make it, or you want to participate in a private live stream, I'm there. We also have forums and different events that go on. And so I'd love to see you over there. And that also helps me, you know, keep the lights on over here and keep going and having these free videos. So thank you guys so much. Oh, thank you, Catherine Massetti. So you guys, thank you so much. And thank you, Ruben Landon Dante. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for listening. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for liking, subscribing. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry Daughtry. And all the love that's coming in now. So you guys, thank you so much. It's been my absolute pleasure to speak with you today. And I will see you in our next stream.